Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Monday, April 11th edition of the Science, Technology, and Energy Committee public hearing session. We're going to have public hearings on 6 different bills today. And before we begin, I'd like us all to rise and join Representative Bernardi in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, thank you. Before we begin, I'll just remind everyone that if you want to speak on any of the bills that we plan to hear today, you have to submit a pink card so that we will be able to identify you. Our clerk, Representative Platt, is in Mexico, so he will not be here to take notes this morning. And if he arrives, I plan to ask Representative White to handle those duties. And in just a moment, I'm going to recognize Representative Nodder, but first, I want to read a thank you note that was left here for us at some point, possibly last week. It says, "Dear Committee and Committee Chair, thank you tremendously for allowing us to use this chamber for mock legislature. Every member of our committee feels it deep within themselves to send our appreciation in writing. Kindly, Chance Dawn, Chair of Senate Ag /4/Rec/Ed//HHS for the YMC Youth Legislature of New Hampshire." It was very nice of them to send us that thank you card, even though I don't recall giving them permission, but I don't really need to give them permission to use this room. So Representative Nodder has an announcement.
There's some muffins in the back. Not a lot, but if you missed breakfast, go help yourself.
Okay, with that muffin announcement, we shall begin. I'll open a public hearing on Senate Bill 268 FN relative to the approval of power purchase agreements for offshore wind energy resources from the Gulf of Maine. And I'll introduce the bill's prime sponsor, Senator David Waters. Good morning, Senator.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Members of the committee, Senator David Waters, District 4, introducing Senate Bill 268. This bill provides for a mechanism for New Hampshire to protect its interests when we're considering offshore wind development in the Gulf of Maine. I'm sure, as all you know, Governor Sununu has expressed great leadership on the offshore wind industry development. He called for the formation of the Gulf of Maine Task Force, I don't know, almost 3 years ago now, yeah, to the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management. And in response to that call, the Bureau set up the Gulf of Maine Task Force with Maine, New Hampshire, and Massachusetts. I know you, Mr. Chairman, and other members of this committee are on that task force, and that we had its first meeting in December of 2019, and then COVID and other issues delayed its activities. But it will be having its next meeting on May 19th. And so this is a particularly timely legislation to make sure New Hampshire appropriately takes actions that it can take to protect our interests in the development of Gulf of Maine offshore wind. And there has been an acceleration in development of the industry up and down the East Coast. And so they're beginning to take shape of a schedule that we might see lease areas identified in 2024. And there already has been an area identified by the state of Maine, and it's unsolicited and separate proposal for an offshore wind research site, which could also impact our fishermen and environmental interests. So there's a lot going on. And so it seemed that we needed to take some some actions. And we really need to consider the energy, economic, and environmental concerns that will come with offshore wind, and what kind of regulatory authority we want to have over those issues, and then also over how these contracts come in and the criteria by which they are judged by the PUC. So we are protecting our New Hampshire interests. And I will say that, Governor Sununu, while expressing his support for offshore wind development, has always made it absolutely clear that he wants to make sure, particularly that our fisheries, but also other environmental issues and also issues of transit for getting in and out of our ports are protected. And this is appropriate for us to do. Now, the heart of this bill gets at the fact that we have authority for regulation over state waters out to 3 miles, but then the federal zone begins. But under a process called consistency, states can declare an economic and environmental interest in federal waters out to 200 miles and then assert its regulatory authority over those waters. That's why you'll see the reference to federal statutes 15 CFR 930.53 and 15 CFR 923.84. Now, I think we're going to hear from later testimony. These are very specific criteria by which you can do this and what impacts that you can have in that process. But it does give the state really an extraordinary power to make sure that its interests are protected even out into federal waters. And so this bill results from a lot of discussions with Assistant Commissioner Sanborn, who's really taken the lead on a lot on offshore wind for the governor, and has been working tirelessly to make sure that the fisheries and other environmental interests are protected as we move forward potentially on offshore wind. So we met with Sheree Patterson and of Fish and Game, Eric Chapman of the Sea Grant Program, and other folks in DES, of course, and in the Department of Energy to see what kind of bill could we develop that would see to these interests. And this is the approach that we came up with. First, so the pieces of the bill that you will see here, first, that we created an existing coastal fund and coastal program and statute. And it seemed this is the appropriate place to exercise that authority. We have a coastal fund, and if there are funds for mitigation and for environmental concerns that come from the industry or from the federal government, we need a place to put those. And so therefore we also need an advisory group which decides how those funds should be used to help mitigate impacts and help our fisheries and so forth. So that's what you see in the first part of the bill on page 1. And then secondly, it gets into this part about the declaring consistency. So starting at the bottom of page 1, line 26, the coastal zone management notes the geographic location description, the GLD, which is the term that is used in declaring consistency. And so the top of page 2, it says that we will use the power that we do have to declare consistency related to the development of offshore wind energy in the Gulf of Maine. And so how are we going to determine what our interests are? So that's what you see on page 2. This list of questions is conditioned in part by what we're allowed to do under consistency, and also attempts to identify those particular areas that we need to look at in terms of fish, marine mammals, reptiles, birds, habitats, and landmarks, where they are, what our specific interests are, what are the activities that we have that overlap with potential activities of offshore wind, what those impacts will be, and why we may need some mitigation there, and what, again, the data analysis is going to be needed to track fisheries and other effects out there. So that's the body that will be empowered to do this work, and then some definition of mitigation and impacted communities and so on towards the end there. So just to say in conclusion, why we need to do this. Well, we will then have these tools in our tool chest. We will know what the situation is, and then the tie-in to the PUC. And with the previous bill that you have heard, Senate Bill 440, that New Hampshire and the legislature, I think, needs to have the capacity here to determine, okay, if this is what we say we want for New Hampshire interests, then the PUC, in reviewing contracts for offshore wind, needs to respect these criteria. We do this in other areas, and it's an essential tie-in, I think, between Senate Bill 268 and Senate Bill 440, because between those two, with the Department of Energy and 440 developing criteria, and then the consistency criteria, environmental criteria in this bill, that they come together to represent our positions, and I think, frankly, the governor's positions on offshore wind as well. So with that, Mr. Chairman, we've got to take any questions that the committee may have.
Thank you, Senator, for introducing this bill. I'm sure Representative Harrington has a question or two.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Senator, for taking my question. To me, the intent of the big part of this bill is in page 1, lines 3 through 6. And it says, prior to approving purchase power agreements for offshore energy and wind. Now, as you're well aware, where New England is now merchant power producers, in that the Public Utilities Commission doesn't say, go build a plant and we'll make sure you get your money. Someone goes, builds a plant, and then they try to sell it to the utilities. How would this change that? And why is it necessary, if people are willing to spend their own money to build solar, wind, natural gas plants, why do we need special provisions for offshore wind? If it's a good deal, then people will invest their money and they won't have to be forced to do it.
Well, thank you, Representative, for your question.
Oh, sorry.
I'll lean over here.
Okay, Peter, you got a big head.
Yeah, see it, but
I'll move. I'm sorry.
but thanks for the question. And let me know that, of course, you're right, that developers develop and they try to find contract for power to be sold from the power sources they've developed. But we already provide direction to the PUC for contracts. We do that. And so what's different here is, because this is offshore wind energy, and there are new issues around it that are environmental in a different way. And in particular, in this case, if somebody was going to build a new gas-fired plant or, something on land, we have all that regulation, right? But if it's out, well, these are going to be what, 30, 40, 50 miles out, maybe 100 miles out, when you think about the research array that, in terms of not out from the shore necessarily, but from New Hampshire, that the research array is down east a ways, but we have people who fish out there. So why this is needed then is to say, okay, we have these interests in these areas that can only be regulated under this consistency provision. And if we define those interests, then we want to make sure that the PUC takes consideration of them when it approves this kind of contract. So it's, Representative, it is kind of business as usual, but with this provision now for something that's different, because we can do consistency.
Follow up?
Yeah, just so, okay, that's very helpful. Thank you very much. So what you're basically saying then, if I got it correct, is that it's business as usual, as far as the utility would come to the PUC and say, here's a purchase power agreement that we've signed. You have to look at it to make sure it's in the best interest of the ratepayers of New Hampshire. But there's certain provisions that are different because it's offshore wind, which is kind of obviously a new phenomenon. But you're not, the bill doesn't intend, like in Massachusetts, where the utilities were basically told, in other states as well, you must buy the output of these. There's no must buy in this?
No, thanks for your question. No, there's no, this is not a procurement mandate.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
And I'll just add as well that, it's also important here too, that we recognize, and we do this in other places as well, that lines 5 and 6, where, there are some studies that have to be done, and the PUC often asks for, in terms of reviewing contracts, asks for certain information and studies, and it says, the utilities ought to in their contracts bear the costs that might fall on the state of New Hampshire to do this kind of regulatory activity. So, thank you.
Representative Callie Pitts is recognized for a question.
I'm hiding. Thank you, Senator Waters. Two points that I didn't understand is why do we need a special board to collect monies or grants when monies and grants already come in? And the other is with fisheries, I would think that 200 miles out, and I have fishermen in my family, the federal government regulates fisheries and fishermen pretty strictly. So they're looking at now at the same types of what impact is this going to have on fishing and quotas. And so do we really need to re-regulate that or put that in statute at this time?
Thanks for your questions, Representative. First place is we have the coastal fund, but the question is if there are substantial funds coming in to that fund from offshore wind for mitigation or for other purposes, then how do we make sure that voices that need to be heard about how to allocate that funding are heard? And that's why the list is here, and it's pretty extensive because it's complicated out there. It's not just the fishermen, it's marine transit. It might also be, there's a lot of cabling out there already. So, where is the power going to be onshored, and what regulation do we have over that as it might impact marine transit lanes or fisheries or other things as well. And then secondly, I am on the Atlantic Coast Marines Fisheries Commission, which manages fisheries from Maine to Florida. I'm your legislative commissioner on that body, and then we have the other management groups out there. And yes, they do a lot to regulate fisheries and stocks. But this is different because I'm not interested in putting a lot of new regulations on fishermen, right? That's what this is about. This is about making sure that the fishing bottom is identified and protected to the extent that we can, so their economic livelihood is not unduly impacted. And that is just crucial. We need that for consistent. That's why we do consistency, because otherwise we have no guarantee that the federal government is going to necessarily protect our fishermen in the way we want them protected. And I think you're going to hear from Assistant Commissioner Sanborn as well that, under the bone process, he has been working, tirelessly with other states to do stakeholder impact studies, which is an extensive process. But there again, we need a tool that says we have authority to protect New Hampshire interests. So I think I've answered both questions.
You need a follow-up? Representative Somsich is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Senator Waters. Just a clarification. In this bill, there's talk about a coastal program, and there's talk about an agency advisory board.
Yep.
Can you tell me a little bit about what the differences are and what they do?
Well, we have the coastal program.
That's already in existence.
Yeah, which maybe you'll hear about from subsequent. The coastal program has been a federal entity which has been set up for years to help coastal communities deal with federal regulation and to support the sustainability of their fisheries, their uses of the shoreline, water, waste treatment, all those kinds of things. It gets funding from the feds and helps communities out with what they have to do. So what this is doing is saying, yes, we have that in statute now. That's what we did, I guess, 2 years ago now. But this says, okay, within that program for this particular purpose, we have this board set up for the funds that may come in about offshore wind to offer advice for that fund how to deal with the money.
Okay, thank you.
Representative McGee is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Senator, for taking my question. We often use the term enabling legislation, and from the description that you've given, it seems to me as though we're taking what we know at this point and putting it into this legislation in order to affirm how we're moving forward, by giving definition to the things that are lacking right now in the statute. Would that be an accurate characterization of what this bill's trying to do?
Thank you, Representative. But and I think important to notice here is that this issue of consistency it really provides an extraordinary opportunity for us to protect our interests.
Mhm.
So, it's not technically enabling because there is, the coastal program and the DES are able, under the federal statute, a state can declare consistency.
Okay.
But how it is done, when it is done, and what the criteria are is what this becomes powerful. It is very timely as well. As you might imagine, our fishermen and the fishing communities up and down the coast are, shall I say, just really freaked, because they're beleaguered in a lot of ways, for all kinds of reasons. And now here comes offshore wind potentially. Right. So this is important right now before this leasing process begins to say, we've got your back.
Okay. Thank you.
Additional questions for the senator, Representative Loge.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Senator Waters. In committee, was there any discussion on kinetic wave energy for producing power? This was just when it seemed like it was just for wind. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for your question. This is just about wind, because the context right now is the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management. Governor Sununu called for the task force. We've got the task force, it's meeting, and that's the body that's going to establish for this kind of wind energy. I think the kinetic wave that's interesting technology. There's some experimentation being done now off of the coast of Scotland with it, and other places as well. So, but that too, when the time comes, that will have to be regulated. But this bill actually, with consistency, would also let us, I think, give us a leg up on if that comes forward too.
Representative Partial has a question.
Thank you, Chair, for taking my question. With consistency, could you see a potential situation down the line where the state will be in a situation of defending states' rights to our citizens over federal regulations such as migratory bird patterns or exhausting the fisheries? Could you see us being at odds with the federal government were we to claim consistency out to 2 miles?
Well, thanks for the question, and I think some others may be able to address that more particularly. But this is one of the advantages of this kind of bill and having consistency, that you can get into court if you have to, rather than just the hammer coming down and say my way or the highway. And so I think that that's always a negotiation, isn't it, between states and federal regulation, right? So I would hope that the federal government will understand the infinite wisdom of New Hampshire in all things.
Thank you. Okay, follow up.
By the same token, I would hope that New Hampshire would understand there are issues that sometimes are better handled on the federal level, such as some environmental concerns. Yeah. So I think that I could see it going both ways.
Thank you, Representative. And I think that that's why, that language on page 2 is really geared to what, the consistency under the federal statute wants to make sure this is a process that is reasonable and not likely to, lead to controversy and so on. And that's why those categories are important, because it's kind of, these are the guardrails. These are the kinds of things you can do.
Thank you. I have a question. On lines 8 through 11,
Yep.
The bill talks about funds being deposited in a fund established under paragraph 1. What piece of legislation establishes that fund? Because I looked in RSA 362H2, didn't find it there. Is it under RSA 485 somewhere?
Yeah.
Oh, it is. Okay.
Yeah. And
So
that
the-
was part of the coastal program bill that we passed 2 years ago.
So the second question is on lines 23 through 25, that authorizes the Department of Environmental Services to deduct administrative charges from that fund to ensure proper oversight and administration. What is your assessment of how much money is involved, would be involved in that fund?
I don't know. You know, we don't, I mean, I may be corrected later on, but see, the funding that has been accrued from the offshore wind industry by states like Massachusetts or Connecticut or now New Jersey, Rhode Island, and so for New York, have been under state procurement mandates. And they've gotten tens and tens of millions of dollars. Now, we're not doing that. But I would think that, you know, you would have to make a reasonable argument as to, okay, here's the impact, and this is what we need. Is it going to be some boat buyback? Is it going to be, you know, what kind of economic aid? I mean, is it going to be supporting other kinds of fishery programs or transitioning to other kinds of fisheries? Beats me. So I think it could be relatively substantial. And the 10% here is a kind of boilerplate that recognizing that, you know, should the state be paying to bring on another employee, or should the industry, because, you know, we're dealing with them, and that's why we came here with this figure. I would imagine that if it became clear later on that the you know, the amount of money that might be involved, the legislature could always make adjustments to that.
Great, thank you. Representative Callie Pitts has another question.
Yeah, I do. I thank you. Consistency, please correct me because I'm trying to wrap my head around it. Will we be declaring jurisdiction of all matters to the 200-mile limit? And that would include anything that the federal government might want to do. So I'm thinking in the future, not only with wind. And has any state other than New Hampshire used this consistency method? And does that have to be granted, or we just take it?
Well, thanks for your question. It's very defined and limited over what authority is granted under consistency to the issues that you see basically enumerated. It's about fisheries and marine resources, that we want to say that what happens in federal water is consistent with state authority over those kinds of matters. In answer to so it's not like every single thing out there. I mean, Homeland Security, Coast Guard, you know, et cetera, have jurisdiction over a lot of these things. Secondly, Rhode Island has been in this game early, and it's had a major impact on what kind of development could take place in Vineyard Wind and elsewhere down there. I'm not sure what the current count is, but I suspect that all the states, one way or another, will be undertaking this.
Can I follow up?
Okay,
Okay, all the other states, has any other state officially claimed this consistency privilege? And I think
Rhode Island.
Rhode Island.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay,
And,
and
there may be more, but I know about Rhode Island.
Okay, and where I was going was drilling, because that would have impact on other things. So that was just one of the sidebars. But thank you. Rhode Island has declared it, and did they have to be granted it, or would they just say it?
Well, you'll hear from DES about this process.
Okay.
We do have the authority, but what's important if you're going to assert the authority is to do it right. And that's what this bill does.
Thank you.
Representative Harrington has another question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question, Senator. Is it just a statement, say if I'm right or wrong on this, is the consistency basically gives us a seat at the table? Is that the best way to describe it?
Thanks for the question. I think it does a lot more than that,
Yeah, okay.
because we come to the table with some power.
Okay, great. Follow up. In page 1, paragraph line 8, it says all monies collected by the state to mitigate, and it goes on from there. Collected under, who are they collecting from, and under what vehicle are we collecting it?
Well, that it could be entirely from the industry.
Excuse me, when you say
Yeah,
industry, you
the-
mean offshore
Oh,
wind?
yeah, the
Okay.
developers. It also could be federal funding. There has been a lot of talk. You may hear more from Assistant Commissioner Sanborn about appropriations coming from the federal government to help fisheries, which has been done in other circumstances previously. You may remember the boat buyback from, 10
Right.
years ago now. So that would be another potential source as well.
So it hasn't been defined yet, but what you're saying, if and when these monies
Yeah.
become available, this is what we do.
Yeah, place
Okay.
to go.
Thank you.
Okay, great. Senator, thank you very much for introducing this bill. We have a few more questions, I'm sure, but we'll get those answered by our next testifier.
And I'll be back for 269 in a few minutes.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you for being here. So with that, we'll now call on the Assistant Commissioner of the Department of Environmental Services, Mark Sanborn, to give us his perspective on this legislation. Good morning, Commissioner.
Good morning, Chairman. For the record, Mark Sanborn, Assistant Commissioner, DES. I know you guys have a lot of bills today, so I'll hone in for my testimony on a couple of the issues that have been brought up in your conversation with Senator Waters. First and foremost, I would suggest that whether you think offshore wind in the Gulf of Maine is a great idea, you're agnostic, or you think it's a terrible idea, I would still suggest that supporting this bill is in the best interest of the state. Because I would call this bill a bill that protects us more than that. This is legislation that protects us. Couple of specific things. The key with why Senator Waters' bill is so important is you can only claim federal consistency if you are relying on existing state law, state statute. So that is why passing this is so critical. Yes, we regulate out to 3 miles, but the concept of federal consistency is because impacts for commercial interests, either be economic or environmental, safety, etc., extend well beyond those 3 miles. The concept of federal consistency is if there is going to be an impact in federal waters to your states on any of those fronts, you do have the right to claim federal consistency. You can't claim federal consistency on anything you don't have a state statute defining that. So we couldn't, right now, nothing exists in state statute about protecting commercial interests of commercial fishermen if you put something like offshore wind farm. So because we don't have that in state statute, we couldn't apply for federal consistency with the federal government right now. So that's why this is so important, because there could be offshore wind in the Gulf of Maine. The federal government and one of the other Gulf of Maine states could move forward, whether we like it or not. So this allows us to, I do like your term, Representative Harrington, to have a seat at the table if offshore wind is moved forward with and we're not a part of it. We could also be a part of the conversation. Massachusetts could decide to move forward with procurement, want our support for that procurement and the lease through BOEM. And we could have an agreement with Massachusetts that our commercial fishermen would be part of any mitigation they work out with the developer. There have been many models, even though we have a short history here in the United States on offshore wind. There are some examples, and there are many examples where the state procuring it, the energy is going to a different, is being transmitted to a different state. There's already a number of models that are being worked out there. So this allows us, under any case where offshore wind is moved forward with in the Gulf of Maine, whether we're part of the procurement or not, whether we're part of the leasing agreement or not, to be able to apply. And you actually applied for federal consistency with NOAA, not BOEM. NOAA is the federal agency that regulates federal consistency, to say there's a safety, economic, any sort of impact with something happening in federal waters. The fund's been brought up a number of times. The model for what's in this legislation is Rhode Island. Rhode Island is the only state right now that has, in the United States, that has an active wind farm. It's very small by these scales, but it is active. When the developer came in and had an agreement, this was the way they handled the mitigation for their commercial fishermen. They set up a fund, the developer put the funds in that fund, and then it was regulated based on with the state. So one of the questions, yes, we have ways of receiving grants and loans, but this would be a mechanism to handle monies from private companies and developers that would be set up. And right now, because the federal government actually doesn't regulate commercial mitigation, they're working on guidance, but there are no federal statutes or regs on this. It is done in the negotiations for every individual wind farm development. The last item I want to touch directly, and then I'll happy to answer a question, is as I mentioned earlier, the key to this legislation is it puts in state statute the items that, if impacted in federal waters, we would want to voice in whether we're part of the procurement or not. And that is the key to this legislation, in my opinion. That's what we based it on. All the issues that the Senator Waters included in the draft were based on all of the stakeholder issues that have been brought up to us in the conversation, asking our New Hampshire stakeholders, asking us to protect their interests, regardless of how the conversation moves forward. With that, I'll answer questions.
Thank you, Commissioner. Do we have questions for the Commissioner? Representative Callie Pitts.
I would point out that I'm not on the bill, so I can ask questions. The question that I would ask is, will this, as I vision an offshore wind farm, would this also give us greater control over interconnection points? So where this, where the cables are strung and where this particular type of energy would come into the state?
Well, yes, it would.
Would it give us additional control of that?
I want to be careful about using the term control. It would give us a seat at the table where those conversations are happening and allow us to at least express how any of the issues, again, economic, energy, transmission, it would let us be at the table to discuss how that would impact New Hampshire, and put forward our voice if there was a negative impact to us on any of those fronts.
Representative Harrington has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. This is a little bit outside of the scope, but I figure while I've got you here, I may as well ask you.
Sure.
It just with reference to what the previous speaker questioned is we obviously have a site evaluation committee in New Hampshire. As existing statute, how would that impact offshore wind? Would that be controlled if it was only within 3 miles of the New Hampshire border? Obviously, if the transmission lands in New Hampshire, I'm assuming that would go under their guise. But what about something that's the 20 or 40 or 50 miles offshore?
Yeah, so that any of the siting and leasing in federal waters, this would not impact. That is the purview of BOEM. That we are in the siting and leasing in the BOEM process for an offshore wind development. We are in what is their siting and leasing process. So on the May 19th, the next meeting, that's what we're going to be discussing. Is what BOEM does is they put out an initial map of a body of water, and then there is a process to work with the states and the stakeholders where that border that body of water on identifying areas. They start with the areas that should not be considered for what ultimately will be called an energy area, and you work your way to identifying what will be called energy areas. And when BOEM holds one of their auctions, leasing options, that's what they're leasing. is the developer applies for identifies one or more of the energy areas they would like to lease and the amount they're willing to pay for that lease. And that's the process we're in right now. And right now we are, BOEM in October of last year put out a schedule for 7 bodies of water for auctions, and the Gulf of Maine is one of those, with a timetable of an auction sometime between the second and third quarter of the calendar year in 2024 is right now when they're projecting they would have put out identified energy areas and hold an auction for developers to bid on.
Follow up?
Follow up.
Yeah, so it sounds like anything where these wind projects would probably be built is going to be federal jurisdiction, and they would regulate the setting it. But eventually that power has to get to shore.
Yep.
So when that transmission line passes within 3 miles and hooks up to someplace on New Hampshire, would the New Hampshire Site Evaluation Committee have jurisdiction?
Yeah,
at that
once
point?
it gets to transmission, that part of it would, of course, SEC under current statute would have a voice in that.
Thank you.
Okay, additional questions. Representative Lewicki.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question.
Sure.
On the environmental impacts, I know that over the past week or so, we heard about a major energy company being fined millions of dollars for killing golden eagles and bald eagles. I assume that we would expect the same here. What other environmental impacts might there be, and how serious might they be? Is there any experience with that?
Yeah, it was a great question. So there is experience mainly overseas, not so much here. But what I will tell you is what we're doing to address that. Number one, from a process standpoint, and again, this is defined by federal. New Hampshire doesn't have a voice in this part of the process. Under federal statute, NEPA doesn't happen until after the auction, because that's when there is an actual project, an area, a plan, identified developer who will come forward with a plan, and that's when full NEPA will happen. What will happen between now and the 24th will be some environmental assessments as part of BOEM's process. Now, in addition, and I think I've mentioned this in front of the committee a couple of times, we have moved forward. We were able to get some ARPA funding, and we, as a state, on our own, are doing an assessment study that's going to look at offshore wind in the Gulf of Maine and its both positive and negative impacts in 3 buckets: energy, environmental, economic, and basically look at the potential positive, negative impacts in those 3 areas. We are in the process of reviewing the proposals we've received for the RFP and should be able to announce an identified contractor. I hope it'll get through GNC by summer, and I think we'll get results starting next summer from that. So we are going to look at the Gulf of Maine specifically through that, and included in that will be a potential both positive and negative environmental impacts.
Thank you. Follow up, please.
Yes, follow up.
Is there any experience with this? Does anybody have any idea whether we're going to essentially be slaughtering birds or whether it's just going to be minimal?
Sure. Yeah, no, like I said, so there's a great deal of experience in Europe. We have the experience in Rhode Island. And from a study perspective, a number of states have moved forward with full environmental impact as they start their wind farm. So yes, there have been wind farms in the world, and that'll examples. I mean, obviously, we're going to be looking at Gulf of Maine, but there is some level of evidence and materials to look at in terms of wind farms that have been deployed throughout the world and the impact it has had on different habitats, environmental, indigenous species, et cetera, including birds.
Representative Partial.
Thank you, Chair Rose. Hypothetically, expanding upon Representative Lukey's question, hypothetically, suppose we have come up with our study here in the state and we decide that vertical axis wind generators have less environmental impact on migratory birds. And we ask for that stipulation to be within the lease of whatever wind farm that is going to be auctioned. Can we insert our authority there, do you believe, or was that because it's a federal auction, would our authority be negated?
So let me answer that question this way. As I've mentioned a couple times in front of this committee, I don't view my job as to advocate for a policy outcome. I view my job as to gather information for the policymakers and residents and constituents and to deliver it and to maintain our participation in the federal and multi-state process so we have a seat at the table. I can assure you that right now, New Hampshire has a fantastic relationship with BOEM and the other two states involved in Gulf of Maine. And I work on a weekly basis, making sure that the perspective and the priorities of our state are voiced in all those conversations. I will say this, and as you know, I've had most of my time has been spent in the federal government. This is I have to give BOEM credit. It's a very collaborative process. They want the voices of the other folks in there because the truth of the matter, BOEM doesn't actually have a lot of statutory authority. They don't have the ability to enforce mitigation, compensatory mitigation. They don't have specific guidelines on final development. So a lot of this is done in a collaborative way based on negotiation between the states, BOEM, and developers, NOAA, and then on a safety level, U.S. Coast Guard defends some of the safety issues involving our coast and ports. Not even mentioned yet, a big reason we're at the table is we want, if there is going to be offshore wind, we're investing all this money in the New Hampshire port right now. We want some of that supply chains operations to go through our port and not just some of the other ports in New England. So the answer to your question is we are maintaining a positive collaborative nature with all the parties involved. So they know about our assessment. They're very interested in the findings. We've suggested through our delegation and our governor, BOEM is doing some research items we'd like to research. So we will be able to bring the information we gather to the table as long as we have both the authority which will be helped by this legislation being passed and by maintaining our position within the conversations that are happening.
One follow-up quickly.
Thank you very much for the follow-up. So one, assuming that if this is legislation that positively impacts the entire negotiating collaboration that we're doing, are you aware, is Maine pursuing similar legislation, or Massachusetts?
So one thing about federal consistency has existed before offshore wind. And like I said, it's actually through NOAA, not BOEM. Federal consistency is something that has existed for a while in terms of a state being able to identify impacts that are happening in federal waters. So the federal consistency part of this is not new. And so I bet you almost every coastal state has used federal consistency at one point or another, just not for offshore wind. But this legislation allows us to put on the books and in our statutes how we would regulate within the 3 miles, which will then allow us to invoke federal consistency if it's done outside of those 3 miles and whether we move forward with it or not. And I can almost guarantee not only will this project not be within 3 miles, I can't imagine it's going to be within 20 miles of the coast. So this was going to be in federal waters, but it will still impact our folks. And we need to, I would suggest it would be much in our benefit to have on the books the things that allow us to, in the federal process, say what you're doing in those federal waters is going to impact what our stakeholders and our constituents. And we'd like a voice to make sure that those impacts are addressed.
Thank you for your excellent answer.
Okay, thank you. We're going to forego questions from co-sponsors on this bill. And we thank you, Commissioner, for your testimony.
Yes, sir.
That'll give us time to hear testimony from the Department of Energy, and we welcome once again to the stand Mr. Roberge. It goes on a hearing by hearing basis, given how much time we have. So, Mr. Robarge, you're on.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. For the record, Griffin Roberge from the New Hampshire Department of Energy. I'm not going to take up too much of the committee's time. I think Senator Waters and Commissioner Sanborn spoke to this plenty enough. The department is in support for many of the reasons as expressed by the previous speakers. We just view this as another tool in the toolbox, I guess, to make sure that New Hampshire's interests are well represented when it comes to offshore wind energy siting. And with that, happy to take any questions.
Any questions for the representative from the Department of Energy? Seeing none, we'll thank you for your testimony this morning. And I have no other people signed up to support the bill. So what I would like to do now is have a show of hands of everyone on the committee who is here today about whether you support this bill or not. So everybody who would support this bill, please raise your hand. Okay, thank you. It looks like we have near unanimous support. So I would now ask Representative Somsich, as the ranking member, how would you feel about going into exec session on this bill? Does anybody have a comment about going into exec session on this bill? Representative Callie Pitts.
I feel that this committee has always announced executive sessions, and if it's a 20-second executive session, that's fine, but I feel it should be announced before the bill is. I know it says that executive sessions may be held throughout but this committee has always, and in the past, announced executive sessions. That's all.
Okay, I will just point out that if we do not exec this bill today, we'll have to exec it on another day, and that just adds to the workload. So Representative McWilliams, do you have a comment?
I do. I think that Science, Technology, and Energy has been really solid about letting all of our members know in advance exactly what our schedule would be, and that's something that I really, really appreciate about this committee. And so out of respect for the members who couldn't be here today for the hearing, but would definitely be here for an exec, I think it's fair. Can we put it on the docket for tomorrow?
Certainly. Okay, if that's the consensus, then we'll wait to do an exec session. I was hoping to, in the interest of efficiency, to get it out of the way, because I think we're all going to support it. But if the committee wants to wait, we'll wait. More work to do tomorrow. We'll be here later tomorrow. So Representative McWilliams, if you could give us the blue sheet data on this bill, please.
Absolutely. The Blue House House Remote Testify sign-in had 33 in support, 1 opposition, 0 neutral. It'll be open till midnight tonight.
Thank you. And with that, we'll close the public hearing on
Mr.
House
Chairman?
Bill.
Question?
Yes, Representative Harrington.
Thank you. Just for expediency, maybe we can just announce now to say that when we say that executive sessions could be held at any time, that's exactly what we mean, because we have a lot of bills. So all members of the committee should be aware that on any day we could have an executive session and plan accordingly.
That is true. Okay, so with that, we will call the executive session on House Bill 268 FN as concluded. Representative Somsich, you have a comment?
Yes, I would like to
Public
make a
hearing.
comment. I mean, I agree with the Representative Harrington that that's what's in the verbiage that we have for these things. However, I have always appreciated the fact that the chair has given us that information when he planned to have executive sessions. And as you know, and reminded everyone, if you are not present for an executive session, you might want to get a substitute. So calling executive session spontaneously doesn't let us do that. So I appreciate if that would be followed in the future.
Representative Murner.
Yes, you're taking it the wrong way. He asked for a show of hands. I'm sure the chairman never would have called for an exec session if he knew there was dissension in the troops. He's just trying to clear up a bill. So you're making, filling seats on a unanimous bill would be silly.
I agree. Representative Partial.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I would love to exec this now. I'll be very honest with you. I mean, because it seems like it's really so. However, I knew there was at least one person that did not raise their hand, and I'm wondering if we do put it off for 24 hours, if we might be able to get a unanimous consent on it, which would be to our advantage. I don't know. Could you explain?
It's
that to me?
possible. Representative Thomas.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. In view of that last statement, perhaps I would recommend that perhaps later on this afternoon, if there's another lull between public hearings, that we might again attempt to do a exec on this bill. And at that time, I suppose if it is unanimous, I would suggest that we do it then. We have a tremendous workload, and to Representative Murner's point, the speaker has told us in the past, if there is going to be an executive session coming up and it's unanimous, then don't use up our resources by having a substitute come in for just that one purpose. So I would recommend that we take another look this afternoon, another opportunity, and at that time you will have had the lunch period to have your caucus if you want to discuss it, and this way we can shore up some of the easy bills today instead of extending our day tomorrow.
Representative Notter.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and ditto to what Representative, what is his name? From Londonderry. The representative from Londonderry.
I was late, I know, but still.
Sorry, I just forgot your name for a second. It happens to my children all the time, so you're in good company. I was the representative who didn't raise their hand, but I'm not going to go against the committee. If the committee wants this bill, I'll vote with all of you. So it'll be unanimous.
So Representative Callie Pitts, are you still opposed to doing an exec session later today if we have time?
Yes, I am. I thought we were meeting on the 19th, so we have plenty of time to do this, as far as I can tell. It has an FN on it. Does it have to go to our Finance Committee?
I do not believe so.
So we have, and I again, I was under the impression we were meeting on the 19th. And if this is going to take 20 minutes, we just took 20 minutes to talk about doing it. So to exec it tomorrow would take what? 5 minutes? If it's we've got unanimous consent, and I think that would be more acceptable to me. So I do
Okay, there's
object.
one other issue here that I want to make sure everybody understands. We have 17 Senate bills. There are going to be 2 House sessions at which these 17 bills will be presented on the floor of the House, April 21st and May 5th. It is my hope that we can bring half of these bills to the House floor on April 21st and the other half to the House floor on May 5th. The alternative would be to bring them all to the House floor on May 5th. Is that going to be fair to the other members of the House to present 17 ST&E bills on one day? Is that going to be fair to the members of this committee who want to engage in floor debates? I don't think that's fair. I think we should try to break this up and get these bills separated to the House floor on the 21st and the 5th. And to do that, we've got to exec them. We can't wait till the 19th because all bills exec on the 19th will go to the House floor on May 5th. The only bills that will go to the House floor on the 21st are bills that we exec today or tomorrow. So I want to make sure everybody understands that so that you'll understand what we're trying to accomplish as we go forward. Representative Harrington?
Yeah, I would just say, Mr. Chairman, I totally agree with you. Let's face it, we bore the hell out of the House anyways. If we give them 17 bills, we'll be lucky if anyone's still awake when we get to 12 or 13. So I think definitely want to break them up and get as many as we can in on the first session.
Representative Somsich?
Thank you. I would just agree with Representative Kelly Pitts. I think if we execute this tomorrow, where a lot of people from our side at least know that we are having an executive session, it might take as little as 2 minutes to do it. It's a quick thing to do. It was planned to do that. I don't think there's any real holdup if we do it tomorrow. So I would support doing it tomorrow.
Okay, so we'll do it tomorrow, and I want to alert everybody to be prepared to exec 8 bills tomorrow. And if we're here till 6 or 7 or 8 o'clock tomorrow night, so be it. All right, so it is now time to open a public hearing on Senate Bill 269-FN, establishing a commission to study energy-saving weatherization programs. And Senator Waters is going to introduce this bill because the prime sponsor, Senator Abard, is not with us today. So, Senator Waters, take it away.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator David Water, District 4, introducing Senate Bill 269 because Senator Avard could not be here today. This bill establishes a commission to study energy-saving weatherization programs. If you've looked at the original bill, you see what the original intent had been, fundamentally to try to expedite the provision of a workforce to do this kind of energy efficiency work, to make sure that we had people who could do the work with less regulation. And then secondly, it was going to see if we can open up the possibilities of participation in this program to larger mill building conversion, propane and gas folks, and so on. The original bill raised some issues about what workers would be enabled to do what under this program, and also a lot of more complicated issues than had been anticipated about what it would mean to expand the inclusion of other kinds of building energy sources to it. So that's why it seemed like it really would make some sense to take a look at this in the commission. And you'll see the issues really listed starting on line 12 of what came up in the hearing. What policies do we need to look at for the reservation of buildings so we can include buildings heated with all these fuel sources? And then within which programs? Well, we know New Hampshire Saves. We've talked a lot about that over the last year, and those funds that come in and get administered by our CAPS, and what might we expand the fiscal participation of propane and oil users in New Hampshire in the same way that we now include electric and natural gas. Seem fair, I would think, but also I think it seemed effective. The point here is to help lower income folks save on energy bills no matter what they're heating with. And then some particular questions about what could be covered in this. I think what you see lines 20 to 22 is kind of residual from the original intent of the bill to look at mill building conversions and other multifamily structures as well, where these kinds of things might be part of the work that is done. So then, of course, you got the commission members and so on as usual after that, and it is going to get this work done pretty quickly to tee up potential legislation for next session. So, Mr. Chairman, that's it in a nutshell.
Great. Thank you for introducing this bill on the behalf of Senator Avard. Do we have questions for the senator? Representative Murner is recognized.
Thank you, Senator, for taking the question. The pre-qualifications, you have two different method things under methodology for qualifications. So we'll be creating a new set of rules for the qualification for the work for the contractors.
Well, thanks for your question. That was in the original bill, and there were a lot of questions about that. So that's why it got amended to be the study.
Now, USDA Rural Development, they do the same type of work too. People apply through them, and they have a set of guidelines. I don't know if there's anything that we could use off of their guidelines or not.
Good thought, and I think that's one of the other reasons why I thought this group ought to work on these things, because it suddenly became a lot more complicated than
to make it streamlined so everybody's on the same page.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, Representative McWilliams has a question.
Thank you, Senator, for bringing this bill. I guess I just have a question about the members of the commission.
Yeah.
So I'm looking through the list here, and it looks like you've got good representation from the public, electric and natural gas providers, the House, Clean Energy New Hampshire. I'm not seeing anyone representing the licensed building trades, specifically engineering and architecture, which are very focused right now, laser focused on updating energy and codes related to that. I think we have some synergy here between what the Building Code Review Board has been doing about amending and updating the building code when it comes out every 2 years. And I'm not seeing an architect or engineer who could provide that same level of accountability and interest between the two groups as a member of the commission. So I guess my question is, would you be open to an amendment that adds an architect or engineer to the membership?
Well, thanks for your question. And, surely, I understand that the House can do amendments as well as the Senate can. And so if that seems, I think it's a good point. I think that there was some sense that maybe you'd get some of that expertise coming from the home builders, builders and contractors and Building Officials Association, because they obviously work with those folks, but that might be helpful.
But none of them are licensed is the
Yeah,
point.
that
So
might
they
be
don't have to
helpful.
take continuing ed to keep
Yeah.
up with transitions in the code. Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. I would encourage the committee to consider that, and I could whip up an amendment in about an hour with OLS if the committee's open to that.
And thank you. And I don't think Senator Avard would object to that.
Okay, thank
so.
you.
I'd remind the members that we're here to ask questions to gain information. Representative Pimentel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Senator Waters, for taking my question. Line 17, 18, research to explore expanding the fiscal participation of propane and oil users in New Hampshire in the same manner as electric and natural gas. Could you explain to me what the intent of putting that in is and what its ramifications might be?
Thanks for your question. I'm not sure I'll be able to give a very thorough one, but I think that Senator Avard's interest here was to make sure that all fuels are treated equally if we're trying to provide this weatherization help.
Representative McGee has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Senator, for bringing the bill and for taking my question. Towards the end on page 2, line 27, prospective repeal, it just mentions RSA 12-P:7C, relative to the Commission to Study Energy Saving Weatherization Programs is repealed. So we're creating a commission and repealing a commission? Is that, if you can clarify how that helps.
Yeah, thanks for your question. That's kind of boilerplate. It has a certain period of time to do its work, and then it goes bye-bye.
So yes, so it's a built-in repeal
Yeah.
for the work of this commission, not something prior that's being removed in order to make way for the new
It
commission.
refers back to line 10, first page, 12P:7C. It's
Okay.
this one.
Okay.
Now
thanks.
you see it, now you don't.
Yes, okay, thanks.
Representative Harrington.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question, Senator. Is a follow-up to the previous question on line 17, talking about participation of propane and oil users in New Hampshire in the same manner as electric and natural gas. You said all energy sources are going to be treated equally. So by that, is one to assume that the intent here is to put on something equivalent to the system benefit charge, i.e. a tax, a fee on propane and oil users, similar to what electric and natural gas users now pay?
Not at all. Thanks for your question. Not at all. The focus here, you see the word users and no new funding, existing program. Look at these other folks that might be included in it.
Follow up?
Follow up.
Thank you. I'm a little confused. It says participation of propane and oil users in the same manner as electric and natural gas. And we obviously know that electric and natural gas have what we refer to generally as the system benefit charge, where all users pay a certain tax, if you will, or a fee on their electric or gas bill that goes to weatherization programs. I'm reading this, and maybe I'm misunderstanding it, but it seems to me it's saying we want to expand that to now when you buy propane, you buy oil, there will be some type of a fee that'll be collected by the oil company or the propane company, and it'll be given to some state entity so they can fund weatherization programs. Is that correct?
Well, thanks for the question. I'm not sure whether there is or isn't. And notice that we're not putting anything in statute other than to study that issue. And I do think, Representative, if you felt that this might, kind of open a door in a direction you don't want to go, you could clarify, you could fiddle with that language. But it's a study. It's a study. Yeah.
To expand on that point, it does say explore expanding the fiscal participation of propane and oil users, which would sort of indicate, as Representative Harrington suggests, that an expansion of the system benefits charge.
And my apologies,
something
Mr.
similar.
Chairman. It's not my bill, and I'm not exactly sure what Senator Avard meant by that. But
No problem.
it's a study.
My question would be, isn't there, every day I open my mailbox and there's a flyer in there from somebody who wants to install new windows at my home or sell me other home weatherization products? Isn't there already a robust market for this kind of economic activity? And why do we need to study it? I'm not quite sure what the purpose of all this is.
Well, thanks for your question. I mean, the two key things that you bet there's a market. This is about New Hampshire Saves and the particular group that it's served. And what it's trying to look at is, okay, can we do something about certification so that we're not putting so many regulatory hurdles on folks who want to come in and do this work? And that would probably help us get the work done. And then secondly, let's take a look at the program to see if it might include things like mill buildings or multifamily houses, and whether those are appropriate ways to use the New Hampshire Saves funding.
Additional questions? Seeing none, we thank you, Senator. Oops. You got to raise your hands before. When I say additional questions, you got to raise your hands immediately. Representative Ploget has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Senator Waters. Just to clarify, this study commission is also for single-family homes, I believe, and I noticed that on, I lost the line, but it also mentioned on 7 for multifamilies, the duplexes and quadplexes, there's a line in there. The question is this going to be equal for single family homes and multifamily? Thank you.
Thank you. I would think that the folks who are on this commission will have a lot of questions and a lot of things to look at. And that's why it made sense to bring it forward. Because there have been a lot of, we focus so much with 549 on stabilizing the program and the funding, and that was really great work. Thank you, committee. And I think that okay, now that we have the program, let's see how we can make it work the best for the people. And there are a lot of issues. If you look at the committee report, you'll see that there are quite a few issues that came up under the original bill. Senator Clegg, former Senator Clegg, and others, had some thoughts and concerns about this and that. So it seemed to make sense to say, let's take a look at these.
Representative Somcich.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Senator Waters. On line, 26, with regard to the composition of this commission, and I'm just asking whether there's any reason you would know of any of the sponsors of this bill would not want to include a member of the minority party as well. It says 3 members appointed by the speaker, and theoretically it could be a member of the minority party, but in some of the other bills we've been dealing with, there was specific language that said 1 member of the minority party appointed by their party leader. So is there any reason we couldn't do that here too? It's a commission.
Thank you, Representative. Do you think that a senator from the other side of the wall is going to comment upon House procedures? Thank you for your question.
Representative Partial.
Thank you, Chair. I'm looking at the amendment, coming back to it, and I'm wondering if it's, I don't know, maybe I'm misusing the word, but it seems like a non-germane amendment, as it assumes, if the plan is adopted. And while it seems like a fine amendment, it doesn't really seem to relate directly back to this study, as far as I can tell, unless we're assuming that certain things will come as a result of the study. I'm just trying to wrap my mind around this a little bit. Maybe you could help me out. Thank you.
Thanks, Chris. It's a bill. We passed this bill. So it is germane unto itself. It's asking for a commission to look at issues that came up under the original bill. But
Representative Mann, do you have a question? Please turn on your microphone.
Yeah, turns out I can. Thank you. First of all, am I mistaken? I believe there are 7 nominees that are nominated by 7 members that are nominated by the governor, and there's a quorum of 8 for a meeting. Is this a little lopsided in a sense? You know, there are members that are have no affiliation, just a member of the public, member of this, member of that. I'm a little surprised that there's so much power in the hands of the governor on this commission.
well, thanks for your question. I mean, I will say that I'm pretty used to, when I put together commissions, assuming that the governor's authority and the ability of that office to select members of the public, I generally trust. And so
Okay.
it seems not out of the ordinary to me, but thank you.
Follow up.
Follow up.
I noticed there was no examination, maybe I'm pushing too far. I ask you a question that you can't answer, but why there wasn't anything in the commission's tasks related to examining costs and benefits to the economy and to households as well, both at the total New Hampshire economy level and at the individual homeowner level or home occupant citizen level on costs and benefits.
Thanks for your question. And, you know, I generally strongly support that kind of inclusion of language, although I will say here that, you know, the New Hampshire Saves program, it is what it is. And the costs and benefits of that are something that have been deeply discussed, shall we say, over the last year or so. And I would imagine that any legislation proposal that might come out of this commission would include such a consideration. But for these purposes, I mean, maybe, as I said, if you think that that would be helpful to have that
I'll add
explicitly
that.
in there, why not add it?
I'll
But,
suggest it. And follow up, a second, third
Didn't-
question.
Okay, go ahead. One more.
There was quite an uproar when the PUC canceled the EERS. And there were companies that were, there was evidently some very competent energy efficiency companies in the state that kind of raised their hand at that time. None of these seem to have been none of these seem to be recognized as potential members of the commission. And I would think that they would provide very valuable information.
Thanks for your question, and that's why we have on page 2, 5, and 6, because those folks are the ones who represent those folks, and I think we're going to hear from the home builders
Okay, thank you.
who have been the vehicle for the voices of those
Thank you.
folks. Yeah.
Thank you.
And after you finish speaking, don't forget to turn your microphone off. Okay. Seeing no additional questions for the senator, we thank you for introducing this bill, Senator. And we'll call on our next speaker, who will be Bob Soucy. And Mr. Soucy represents the New Hampshire Association of New Hampshire Propane, Gas, and Oil Dealers. Mr. Soucy.
Thank you, Bob Scully. Sorry, my writing was a
Oh,
little
Scully.
bit poor.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. For the record, I'm the president Energy Marketers Association, New Hampshire, and I also have the pleasure to represent Propane Gas Association, New England. I come in opposition to Senate Bill 269 FN. I was unable to participate with it in the Senate. And as I read this bill, I don't really believe there's a need to include the propane and oil folks that I represent. But just to take you to a couple of sections on this proposed legislation that I think does explain its intent, I'd like to take you to page 1, line 12, small a, when it talks about the commission's duties. It says the commission shall identify policy and funding opportunities to support weatherization. And then they list the energy sources they're looking at, which includes electricity, natural gas, oil, and propane, the two groups that I'm here today. And just to show you the distinction between the utilities and the private sector, utilities, they get their rates, they're guaranteed. The rates get baked into the ratepayers, they pay the bills. We're private sectors, that doesn't happen with us. So I'm not sure what the funding intent is, whether it's to have the consumer pay it, which in today's world with the high prices of energy to heat your homes right now would not be a welcome alternative, okay? We don't have that luxury of just taking that rates and passing it on to the consumer. Okay, the private sector cannot do that. So I believe that when we look at this, that's what the intent is here as part of this study. And then you did discuss line 17, research to explore expanding the fiscal participation of propane and oil users. So once again, I mean, users, I would assume, would be the homeowners, but I'm not sure of that, okay? So I have concern there. And our industry already participates in programs to help those that are less fortunate and need assistance through the Granite State Saves program. We supply money to go back to the consumers for new energy efficient boilers, for tanks. Through the ODD fund, if there's leaks in tanks, then they can get up to $2,500 for a new tank. Okay. Now that's not weatherization, but it's support for the homeowners. And then our industry on the oil side participates with the LIHEAP program, Low Income Heating Assistance Program, for those people that qualify. And so this last year, 2021 to 2022, over $60 million was put aside in that LIHEAP funding program for New Hampshire folks that need it. So we are doing an awful lot right now to assist those that need help. And I believe that this study is set up to look at bringing in the folks, at least that I represent here today. And if it wants to move forward, I would ask you one of two things: to either take the oil and propane people out of this, or to not pass Senate Bill 269. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Do you have any written testimony that you could submit?
I do not, but I'd be happy to write some up for the committee, Mr. Chairman.
Well, we'd appreciate that.
I will.
Thank you. Representative Thomas is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. Just for clarification, since you brought up the oil and propane industry in relation to programs that you already have to support low-income families, if this commission decides to attach extra costs onto the oil and propane industry, like the study says it is going to be studying, if that were to happen, how would that affect your programs that you are already supporting for the low-income families? Would you have to do away with them or reduce them, or
I don't.
what?
I'm not sure, Representative. The LIHEAP program is a federally funded program, and that comes to the state. So I don't believe that program would be impacted by that. And the NORA funds, which is industry checkoff program, where the money is used for research for more energy efficient burners and furnaces, and to also assist funding that with the homeowners. I don't believe that would be impacted either.
Okay.
Thank you.
Representative Callie Pitts is recognized for a question.
This bill confused me a little bit, so I'm hoping I can get clarification. The oil and propane users, are currently, or I believe that they are currently eligible for weatherization programs by the fact that they use electricity through the SBC charges collected through the utilities. Am I wrong in that particular?
I don't know the answer to your question. Sorry.
I'll ask that later then.
Follow up.
Well, anybody who has an oil heated house, for instance, they can apply for weatherization programs now, and if they qualify, become funded. Is that correct?
I'm seeing yes.
So then in what you're saying is that the only reason to put oil and propane in there is to perhaps assess additional funds from these people. And I would say that.
I believe so.
Representative Somsich is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Scully. So I don't quite understand your opposition to the bill because, in fact, it's just a commission that should look at these things. It's not a recommendation to increase charges or surcharges or anything. It's just a commission to evaluate these issues. And as Representative Kelly Pitts mentioned, anyone who already uses natural gas or oil for heating purposes is already paying into the utility program that gives the weatherization to anybody who does that. So whether you use propane or oil, you're getting weatherization already. And this bill does not do anything to change any of these charges or put a new surcharge. It is true that paragraph that
Representative Somsich, you're making a speech, and I'd appreciate it if you'd ask a question instead.
So are you principally against a commission to study weatherization, or do you just want to remove the reference for oil and propane out of this bill?
I'd be happy if you remove the reference to oil and propane out of the bill.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, further questions? Representative Mann has a question. Don't forget to turn on your mic.
For Pete's sakes, damn thing. It occurs to me that especially oil and possibly propane and most heating systems use electricity as well. You have to spray the oil into the boiler. You have to start the boiler. You have to blow hot air that's created by the furnace around the house, or circulate hot water. So would it be possible to finagle this? I mean, could we possibly get? Do you know of any way that I could get numbers in terms of the amount of electricity used by propane and oil heating systems, which might solve this problem? I mean, I could say in general terms, there's plenty of electricity used, but
I can ask the question. I mean, I'm not sure. I mean, if I understand your question, you want to know how much electricity is used to push the propane and oil to heat the home, correct?
Yeah, given that electricity,
Representative
does have
Mann.
a surcharge on it, yes.
You're basically asking a question that the commission would study. We don't need to know that information to decide whether or not we're going to establish this commission. So
Thank you.
respectfully, I'd like to confine our questions to the bill itself. Representative Lewicki.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and this may be somewhat hypothetical, but Mr. Scully, if we were to start putting a charge on oil and propane dealers, might we have a problem of people pirating the energy in from out of state? We've got the fixed assets for natural gas, but all we need is a truck to get propane or oil in.
I would tell you right now that border communities use dealers out of state, in Vermont, Maine, and Massachusetts right now. So I would like to believe that the industry that I represent is honest, and they would comply with the law. But I guess anything's possible, Representative.
All right, let's not let our questions wander into what the commission is going to be studying itself. Let's just confine our questions to whether or not this commission is needed. Representative Partial.
Yes, thank you for taking my question. I'd like to ask a question, really, if I understand correctly, I think that what this bill may end up doing is taking a hard look at bringing oil and natural gas and propane in line with what we're already doing with the electric industry, perhaps, and funding such situations with New Hampshire Saves. So to me, it seems like a basic question of fairness, but I would like you to parse that out for me if you would, and tell me how you believe that the oil industry should be exempted from something we're already doing for the electric, we already have an electric bill.
Well, Representative, I believe we're already doing what you're trying to discuss here. Our industry is already doing research itself with a checkoff program where they're collecting funds to create more efficient furnaces and burners. So when they install them in the homes in the state of New Hampshire, and helping fund that new equipment, okay, that goes into the users' homes because it's expensive, help to offset the cost for the people to improve their energy efficiency in their homes. So we're already doing that. And then we're doing that also through the ODD fund, which I think this committee might be familiar with, the oil disbursement program that the state has through DES, where we are using those funds to help consumers when they need to replace tanks. So that exists today, and that's existed for probably over 25 years, that program. So we are already, I'm being fair, our industry is already participating in what you're trying to look at right here.
We have two more people who would like to testify on this bill, and I would like to hear from them both. So I'd like to move on. Representative Pimentel, do you have a question about the bill itself?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, this is about the bill itself. And the bill itself is a bill to ask a bunch of questions, essentially. And would you agree with me that the best way to find an answer is to ask a question?
Well, Representative, yes, but I believe the premise of the bill, as I read it, is also to expand to those people to put money in a pot. That's the way I look at what you're trying to discuss.
Okay, Mr. Scully, we thank you very much
Thank
for
you, Mr. Chairman.
your testimony, for coming forward today. And our next speaker on this issue will be an old friend of ours, Matt Mayberry, who's here to represent the New Hampshire Home Builders Association. Good day to you, Mr. Mayberry, and welcome to ST&E. Good to see you, sir.
Good morning, Chairman. Good morning, members. First, thank you so much for helping with the reverse that bad decision with the PUC. And Chairman, thank you so much for your leadership on that. Thank you. Took lots of notes, so I'll try to address some of your concerns as we go through this. This is a commission to have a conversation, to have a study, because while electricity is used to, administer oil and propane through, the original New Hampshire Saves program was designed for those homes that heat by electric. They get their heating source from electric. That's how New Hampshire Saves was originally designed. Currently, right now in New Hampshire, 10% of homes are heated by electric. So we're having a conversation that excludes 90% of homes in the state of New Hampshire. What we'd like to do is we'd like to have a conversation about our friends, oil, propane, natural gas, electric. Get all the stakeholders together. There's 14 members on there. Of the 14 members, 3 are appointed by the governor. The rest come from your constituents. It's me, it's Bob Scully, it's others in the industry. It's to have a discussion because luckily I'm not a policy decider. You folks are. What's wrong with having a conversation to talk about an issue to completion that we haven't had a real conversation about in years? You folks are the policymakers. I could tell you my new favorite color is green, the new color of the sky. If you folks say no, then it doesn't happen. But I think the public, our constituents, this helps the very lowest of income of your constituents. Because right now, for instance, under the current program, you can't replace a window because they say the payback isn't fast enough. This commission, one of the things they would look at would be, do we change the rate of return on the windows? Because common sense has always said to me, if you have a big gaping hole in your wall, that's probably the big sieve of your energy. Let's have a conversation about it. We haven't in years. That there does need to be some realignment with the USDA programs and the state programs, because when we did this bill originally, in full disclosure, when I helped draft it, we were in conflict with federal regulations. And the Department of Energy said, please don't do that. You're going to hurt our federal program. This will begin to helpfully, if you folks say, yes, we like these ideas, and again, it'll be a menu. You folks pick and choose what you like and don't like. But it'll get us more in line with the USDA. We have no problem with any of the, having licensed professionals there, architects, engineers. We want all the stakeholders at the table. We can't have enough opinions because we all bring life experience from different perspectives. And so we'll gladly take that. I took a lot of notes, as you saw. I'm sorry. When you talk about the fiscal participation, what we're asking this commission to do is start with a whiteboard, a clean whiteboard. Put everything on the table. Have the conversation, because again, we only would make recommendations. Chairman, you and the committee, you pass the policies. Then it goes to our friends in the Senate. Then it goes to the governor. If we don't have a conversation, what do we know we're missing? I'll keep it brief because it's been a long morning for you folks already, but happy to answer any questions, help where I can, give a different perspective. But we just want all the stakeholders at the table. Equal footing, equal voice.
Thank you, Mr. Mayberry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Somsich has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Mayberry, for coming and explaining this to us. Can you explain to me again the conflicts with the federal rules that you said you bumped into originally and how they were resolved?
Yes. I'm looking at that middle space because I'm trying to think back to that conversation. I think it had to do with the administration or the eligibility of the federal energy savings and weatherization dollars back. Who could use them? Different income criteria. What I can do, representatives, I'll look back at my other notes. I can follow up back with you this afternoon via email and tell you where those differences were exactly. I'm sorry I don't have a complete answer, but I will get a complete answer.
Okay, next question. Representative Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Mayberry, for taking my question. I just have a question. You talked about having conversations. Right now, I believe the legislature, between House and Senate, we have, at least House anyway, we have over 400 conversations going on with 400 commissions and committees. Some have been around forever, so my question is it possible that we could fold in the requirements of this commission into an existing commission or committee that we already have established instead of forming another one to make it 401 commissions? Do you think that would, do you think that, this is a real question, do you think that could be effective?
Absolutely, absolutely. We want to have that conversation. I have no problem consolidating it into one and having a larger conversation. We just want to participate in it, Representative. We think it's overdue. We all know the cost of heating our homes, and it strongly affects those on the lowest income who can't come and spend time with you today. So we're trying to help those folks out. But yes, sir, we'll gladly consolidate.
Thank you.
Representative Pimentel has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Mayberry. On that same line of questioning, this bill has a effective date. Would it make sense to put a sunset date on it?
It does. It does. It has a date of,
It already has it?
it,
Yes, the line about the committee being repealed is the sunset date.
Pardon?
yeah.
The line about the
Yes.
committee being repealed is the sunset provision.
Yep. And then it ends December 16, 2022. So it does have we're in, we're out. This is not going to drag on forever.
Representative McWilliams has a question.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayberry, for coming and giving us your testimony today. I just want to get a little bit more into the specifics to Representative Thomas's question about combining with other potential commissions or study committees. I know we have a lot of work that's being done by members of the House and Senate with the community to try to find solutions to many pressing questions. Right now, I'm seeing a lot of good work coming out of the Building Code Review Board. Is that a potential home for some of these issues, or do you think that we really do need to have a formal commission in order to address it?
I'm just thinking it through. I apologize. I think with the Building Code Review Board on there's a home for both, but my initial thought is that we're looking at existing homes right now, where a Building Code Review Board would deal with those homes moving forward and to certain standards at that point in time. But where a vast majority of our homes are existing, the Building Code Review wouldn't necessarily pick up those folks.
Follow up?
Follow up?
So the Building Code Review Board also covers the International Existing Building Code. So there is an existing component that our authorities having jurisdiction within the towns look at for existing homes.
Yes.
But we don't necessarily have a piece to feedback the feedback that we're hearing when someone does a renovation of a 3-family in Nashua and they discover that the insulation is terrible and they should probably bring it up to code, but it doesn't trigger the dollar signs and
Questions,
the owner may
please.
be low income. So
But-
I'm looking for a way to create a feedback mechanism, and your recommendation for how that feedback mechanism could be implemented as part of this commission, either under the BCRB or not, and that's what I want to hear from you.
Sure. I think on page 2, line 6, when it talks about a member of the New Hampshire Building Officials Association would be there to have that voice going forward. Because if you're going to replace windows or install more insulation or change out a water heater, that wouldn't fall either under the BCRB or the ICC. But the building officials would have that voice at that commission to bring forward those comments.
So to clarify, it sounds like you would recommend a commission.
I recommend passage of this. Because on there is a member, again, we have no problem adding more voices, but we did bring in the Building Officials Association that enforces that code. They would have a seat at that table of 14.
Mr. Mayberry, thank you very much for your testimony.
Chairman, thank you so much. Have a nice day.
Okay, thank you. We have one last person who would like to testify on this bill. And that is Matt Menning, who represents Elm Grove Companies. Mr. Menning, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Elm Grove Companies is a developer, renovator, operator of multifamily apartments. So my experience in this world comes from a user of the New Hampshire Saves program many times over. We've renovated hundreds of single-family homes, maybe over 1,000 apartments, And I think that our experience in that world of renovating existing housing stock rather than primarily building new homes has shown us the pervasiveness of poor energy management in our structures in the state. If you are a low-income homeowner or a low-income renter in an apartment, the things that are in your face are roof leaks, plumbing issues, heating equipment. A homeowner that has to replace their roof for $10,000 and doesn't have even $1,000 in the bank, they have to deal with that problem. The fact that their utility bill is 2 or 3x what it should be if it was properly insulated, it just can't register. They can't spend another $10,000 or $15,000 improving the weatherization of their home. So I think our interest in this is to look at the program as a whole, funding levels, where does it come from, but also how the program is administered, because it's relatively opaque even to a company that specializes in renovation. We've been surprised as the whole PUC discussion has evolved over the last few months, and we've learned more. Some of these allocations of funds and what's eligible and what's not, and whether you're on the electric utility or natural gas utility or you're heated by propane or oil or something else, there's different pathways you can go down. It can get kind of confusing. So it's not just about funding, but it's also about how do we spend the dollars we have in the most efficient way, and how do we help people understand those pathways and make them easier to go down. I don't know the stats on it. I'm not an expert, but the number of homes that have no insulation in the state is significant because we've been into hundreds of them. The first duplex I bought in Nashua, you brought up a 3-family in Nashua. Lived there for a few years, noticed the gas bill is really high. My tenant next door, same thing. Put a drill into the wall, there's nothing. It was just air straight through to the siding. So that was a $12,000 job. That one did qualify for the New Hampshire Saves program, which I think cut that cost by about 40%. And I think where we want to see this commission look at is how do we help more people make that kind of improvement and make it in a way that's financially feasible for them. The other thing I'd say that makes this discussion particularly pertinent is the world economy, the war in Ukraine, the energy prices that have resulted from that instability. We don't have any control over that in the state of New Hampshire, right? But we do have control over what we invest in our energy usage. So I think now more than ever, when energy prices are high, is when we should be really looking hard at making this program as efficient and effective as possible. So I'll take any questions you may have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your testimony. Representative McGee has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Menning, for taking my question. I know I actually had this question for a couple of speakers now, and I think maybe you could speak to it as well. When Mr. Scully spoke, he talked about several federal programs that oil and propane companies leverage to assist their customers, and it sounded like most of them were focused more on the equipment upgrades that you were talking about, right? So if you can get a more efficient boiler, or make some kind of capital investments you wouldn't otherwise be able to afford as a low-income person, you would use NORA or some of the other programs he mentioned. But that's very distinct from the weatherization savings, right? So I think that's the question that I have. I mean, I look at this bill and I say it's looking really at energy saving weatherization. It says energy saving weatherization program. So I think to me, the bill looks like a study program specifically around weatherization savings.
So what is the
And
question?
not the other programs that he was saying, well, we do these, so you don't need this, you don't need to look at this. I think the programs that he says are federally funded to help people with their oil burners and that sort of thing, that's not the same thing as this study committee. Is that your understanding as well?
Yes, to make a home energy efficient, it's all of the above, right? To go from a 50% efficiency boiler to a 96% efficiency boiler, that makes a huge difference. But to lose at a rate of, to have the actual envelope that's heating be a sieve right? You could have the most efficient boiler in the world,
Right.
but you're still going to spend a lot of money heating the outdoors. So that's one of the things that I would look at if I were to be on this commission, which I'd like to be and volunteer for. But how do you pull these programs together in a way that makes it the full picture for a homeowner or for a renter?
Yeah.
Because it's not just the equipment, it is the envelope. So yeah.
Representative Harrington has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. Your introduction was a little brief, so could you, you own a business, work for a business?
Yeah.
What exactly does your business do?
Sure. So I'm one of 4 partners at Elm Grove Companies. We own and or manage about 1,500 apartments in the state. We have been in business since 2009 and historically have focused on renovation and redevelopment, both of single-family homes, but also large multifamily. If anyone knows Manchester on Elm Street, there was the City Hall and Ted Herbert's music school. The kind of renovations we do, we'll gut a building out. We're very familiar with what it takes to retrofit, weatherization, spray foam, insulation, dense pack, weather stripping, windows, doors, you name it, we've been through it.
A follow-up, Mr. Chairman?
Follow up.
So if this commission were to identify funding opportunities and expand fiscal participation of propane and oil users in New Hampshire in the same manner as electric and natural gas, there would be more funds available for you to sell your service to, so you would hence make more money off of this bill if it was to come, if those actual funding opportunities became real.
Theoretically, yes.
Okay,
And
thank you.
I won't say anything to the contrary, but I think most of our buildings are serviced by natural gas and electric. So how we would be affected by this could be relatively minimal, but it's actually been in some of the rural communities where we don't have that much activity for our own business, where the funding sources through the electric utility, and there was a few questions about that. I don't understand the system benefits charge very well, but I know just enough that if you are not on electric heat through the utility or natural gas heat, even though there is funding available for a homeowner who lives in northern New Hampshire, for instance, it's limited significantly because that structure is not paying into the utility that actually heats that home. I believe there is funding. I don't know the exact rules. I'm sure someone from Liberty or Eversource could speak to that further.
Representative Somsich has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Manning. In your experience, based on your rehab work and redevelopment, what do you see as the most cost-efficient way of reducing energy use?
If you every building is different, right, depending on the existing conditions. But generally, we have found that stopping air penetration is the number one thing. Air penetration can be through gaps in doors or windows, gaps in walls, gaps in basements. Actually, sometimes the most cost-effective thing you can do is insulate your basement, which seems a little counterintuitive, but the cold air comes in, the warm air from the house sucks it up, and you create this kind of wind tunnel. Beyond air penetrations, then I would say increasing the R value, increasing the actual insulation in the attic and the walls.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no questions for Mr. Menning. Okay, Representative Callie Pitts.
It's one question that's always concerned me over the decades about weatherization, not necessarily complete renovation. Who, once you complete a weatherization program, is your work judged for quality? And is that done on a sporadic basis, or is it done consistently? So if you put in new windows, you put in new blow-in air, insulation, does anyone come back then and say, well, yes, this really worked?
That's a very good question. It is not consistent in my experience. I don't know if others would agree or not, but if you go through the New Hampshire Saves program, there generally is engineering oversight in some regard. If you do not, I think it comes down then to the local building code official. And as you know, with a state with this many towns of varying populations and staffing, that can be hit or miss. So I will also say that we have worked with contractors that have done a poor quality job that we found because we know what we're looking for. That could be something this commission looks at, is ensuring quality oversight so we don't have fly-by-night contractors doing a poor job for folks.
Follow up?
I'm just going to follow up because I think one of the things that was said was that they were looking to ease up the restrictions or to study the restrictions of allowing people to do this kind of work. Do you think there should be something in this commission that would also look at results or at work quality?
I think that would be a great idea. Yeah, I think not only to ensure that we have good quality work, but also to put together a retroactive analysis should something change with the program of the benefit against the cost.
Okay, seeing no further questions for Mr. Benning, we want to thank you for your testimony here today. And I would ask
Thank you very much.
Representative McWilliams to let us know what the blue sheet has to say about this bill.
Senate Bill 269, we have 8 supporting, 1 opposing, 2 neutral, and online sign-up is open till midnight.
Okay, with that, we will close the public hearing on Senate Bill 269, and we will take a 3-minute bio break before we embark on a public hearing of Senate Bill 270.
Most efficient way is to have pipes directly in, but you'll see that some will put a grate on the wall and suck air into the room, and that room could be the basement or the boiler room. Yeah. Oh, and then it goes. Yeah.
And I'm not going to pay the freight to put them. Yeah.
Boiler has the right capacity. It's all that's one thing that previously the whole structure that was an old heating system of getting that maple air through walls, and now it's choking. I've seen that too. And it burns away. Right now,
right now shouldn't be a problem.
I appreciate that. I think it's building experience, hopefully. You're on me. Nice to meet you.
So anyway, and Rod, actually,
Good to see you. Ben, yeah.
we have a landlord, and the apartment has been occupied for 5 years. Came up. Oh, right.
Fixing things.
Yeah, it's like midnight every night. Put the kids to bed and go over and like play Castle.
No, it's a fair question. Yeah, 'cause we're in mostly the metro area. Yeah, not on scale.
The northern forest center is being redeveloped. Hard to make money doing it.
Well, no, this is, I'm not in that end of the world. This is all engineering numbers, kind of thing you never think of.
Yeah, this is important. Yeah, I thought, check it out.
Okay. And in comparison.
I'm all out of cars, but I'm
You're talking about propane and oil. This is quite a step in comparison to that.
So you were. Oh, this is the
problems.
commission for studying.
As this guy said.
Oh, yeah, well, this is all very well known.
They can ask the questions they want.
Yeah, so. That's the right. Sometimes.
Somebody else talking about the building, the insulated from your rental building, with the insulated basement.
I'm glad I was here today.
Please take your seats.
Especially. It can be hard as an
Have a couple
Please take your seats. We're about to resume. I'm going to open a public hearing on Senate Bill 270, establishing a low moderate income community solar program. And I'd like to introduce the prime sponsor of the bill, Senator Waters, to introduce the bill to us. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator Waters, District 4, introducing Senate Bill 270. And let me just note as I start here that we missed a couple of technical corrections in the Senate. And so this replace all amendment you have, why don't we just stick with the what you have before you with the version you already have. And I'll just point out where the couple of technical corrections that Department of Energy spotted and mea culpa. So this bill was brought forward by Clean Energy New Hampshire, which to discuss, what could we do to help the community solar program, which we passed, it's in statute. What can we do to ensure that people can actually get enrolled in the program? And what was noticed was that they had a mechanism down in Connecticut, where Eversource obviously also has territory, that anonymized account numbers of those who might qualify for the program could be provided. And then from those anonymized account numbers, it would be possible to assemble likely clusters or groups of people who could be served by the program, so investors or others would know where they get some bang for their buck and work with the community action partners and so on. So that's what we brought forward in the bill. And so what it does is it has a process here for identifying projects under the community solar program. And again, no real change, no real new language there, just the way the program is run. And then what kind of new here is starting on line 16, where it says the Department of Energy will be the entity that consults with electric distribution utilities and select the means by which to enroll households as off-takers for these low moderate income community solar projects. And Department of Energy said it's willing to take that on. And it seemed like an efficient and simple way to go that wouldn't require a lot of new administration, a lot of new regulation. Just say they would get the account numbers and they would figure out a fair and good means to which householders would be enrolled. And as it is now, if you are able to participate in this, you're enrolled on an opt-out basis because basically it means you're going to get a lot cheaper electricity coming into your household and save you some money. Now, let me note the changes. On line 6, we forgot to take out administered by the commission because it's administered by the department. So we're going to strike administered by the commission. And then down on line 22, something that was recommended by the department and by utilities. For G there, we should insert have all reasonable and prudently incurred costs. All reasonably and prudently incurred costs. I mean, that's kind of the standard language to see how one would judge that there are costs that are reasonably to be associated with the program. And then for the very last subsection on page 2, we needed to actually just repeat the existing statute there, and I'll just read what it says. The department is authorized to petition the commission to assess fines against, revoke the registration of, and prohibit from doing business in the state any group host which violates the requirements of this paragraph and rules adopted for this paragraph pursuant to paragraph X. So minor change, but it thought it would be important to mirror exactly the existing statute on that. So bottom line here, Mr. Chairman, is that we have a program. It's been having a little bit slow getting off the ground because we haven't had an efficient way to identify the folks who could benefit from it. And this bill will, with the cooperation of Department of Energy, will let us do that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator, for introducing Senate Bill 270. Do we have questions for the Senator? Representative Harrington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Senator, for taking my question. As I read this, it seems to me this is another wealth transfer bill. Everyone's going to pay higher electric rates, so certain people will get welfare payments or subsidies to lower their electric rate. Is that correct?
Well, let me say, Representative, that this is an existing program. And it has its funding as it already exists. So it's not increasing funding. Just saying, given this program that we've already passed and is in legislation, here's a way to help the folks who qualify for it. So, you know, the philosophy about whether we ought to be doing any of this weatherization stuff or low-income energy stuff, I mean, part of the point had been that if we're gonna approve community solar, which we did, let's make sure that it's not, you know, that folks who are at lower income levels get the benefit from it, which is kind of what the whole point of system benefit charge or whatever is all about, right? So
follow up.
Yeah.
Make it very quick.
Follow up.
So in effect, it's a way to implement that program such that everyone's going to pay a little higher electric rates. So certain people, I guess the low income is defined by being on a wait list, will get subsidies. Is that correct?
Well, thank you for your question. I don't want to quibble over words. The program is not authorizing expenditures other than what are already there. So whatever one may think about whether we ought to be doing anything, it's a way for the folks who can qualify under an existing program can more easily be identified for it.
Okay, additional questions for the Senator? Representative Floget.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Senator Waters. I have a question. Is the potential customers, low, moderate income, is that an opt-in, or is the utilities going to take information they have without authorization of the customer and share it with New Hampshire's departments?
Thanks for your question. So these customers are, in a sense, they're already identified because the utility already knows which accounts these are. And so what it says is that if you qualify for that, you might be selected so that you can benefit from it and get cheaper electricity. We don't have enough to go around, obviously. You know, the program is limited to what it is and the funding that what it has. And so the anonymized numbers would go out and you would receive notice that, hey, you're going to get a break in your electricity since you qualify for the program. And if you don't want that break, you can opt out.
Representative Somsich has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Senator Waters. Could you just explain to me how this community solar program works? Is this a vehicle with which then solar installations are being built, or we buy solar energy from other sources, or what's the solar connection here?
Well, thanks for the question, Representative. Why don't I let Sam Evans Brown talk more about it? Okay, because they've been more involved with it.
Representative Harrington.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question, Senator. I'm just curious, in the middle of on line 15, you talk about total nameplate capacity rating of 6 megawatts. That seems to make a break point. If it's over 6 megawatts, it's considered differently. What's the significance of the 6 megawatts? Is that just a random number, or is there something behind that I'm missing?
Thanks for your question. I think Sam Evans Brown will have something of it, but I think the point is that when you get to that size of project, economy of scale, and it might be cheaper. And so, you know, that's what it says. Hey, look, if it gets up to that size, the program has the capacity to decide which producer they're going to let in because they're going to get a better price.
Okay, seeing no further questions for you, Senator, we'll let you off the hook.
Thank you.
Let you get to an early lunch.
Another bill.
Or another bill, whichever is more important. All right, let's now hear from the Department of Energy and ask Griffin Robarge to give us his take on this bill.
Thank you, Chairman Vos, members of the committee. For the record, Griffin Robarge from the New Hampshire Department of Energy. Last week, we had informed Senator Waters and other interested stakeholders that we had 3 technical concerns with the bill as it came out of the Senate. Those technical concerns were addressed in this amendment that you have before you, 1396S. Senator Waters, I think, went over each of the concerns that we expressed and how they were addressed. So that really concludes my testimony, and I'm happy to take any questions. And to be clear from the outset, I didn't mention it. We are neutral on the bill. And again, with that, I'll take any questions. Thank you.
Okay, Representative Callie Pitts has a question.
I'm a little bit confused as to how, well, I can't ask a question. I'm not a sponsor, so let it go. I'll ask him offline. I will ask him offline. I'm a sponsor on the bill.
Okay. If we have the time, yes. Who's next? No further questions for the Department of Energy. So, Mr. Robarge, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And we'll next call to the table Sam Evans Brown, representing Clean Energy New Hampshire. And I'm sure Mr. Evans Brown has a lot to offer to us, including some written testimony. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, members of the committee. So this actually was not my idea. This was Eversource's idea. This is a pilot that was submitted in docket 16576. And it essentially takes a program that exists in their Connecticut service territory and scales it to New Hampshire's market size and brings it to New Hampshire. And as a bit of a reminder of the history here, the governor in 2019 in his State of the State address suggested that if the benefits of net metering are going to flow to folks who are investing in solar, we should investigate ways to make that program more accessible to low and moderate income customers. Following that state of the state address, the New Hampshire General Court passed what is referred to as the low to moderate income adder, which modestly increases the net metering tariff for low to moderate income customers, who are defined as 300% of the federal. Excuse me, I've got a frog in my throat here. So this is a pre-existing program. It has been identified as a priority by the governor to make sure that folks who are of lower income can benefit from the state's net metering program. That if we are going to be providing net metering rates to folks, that we should try to unlock those rates for customers who have not traditionally benefited. In the subsequent years, there's been only one project that has taken advantage of this program. Over the summer, Eversource conducted a request for information trying to figure out what was going on here. And the responses they got said that it's very difficult to identify customers, it's very difficult to identify sites, it's very difficult to coordinate amongst all the parties who would be required to, annually income verify folks who would be eligible for this program. And indeed, it's difficult to achieve economies of scale given the existing confines of New Hampshire's net metering laws. And so in response, as required by legislation already, Eversource put forth this pilot program. Subsequently, the PUC gave them an extension and said, you've got another year to implement this pilot program. And so simply all this bill does is take a program that is already proposed, is already going to be rolled out in roughly a year's time if the PUC approves it, and says, let's do it. We think that's a good idea. So I think it's a pretty modest proposal. It's one that has been proven out in other places. Eversource themselves say they think this is a very administratively efficient way of doing this. And the privacy concerns, which I think are very valid ones, are most aptly addressed by letting the Department of Energy and the utilities coordinate in such a way so that the account information of these already identified income eligible customers does not become public knowledge in any possible way. And the bill as written attempts to allow the DOE and the utilities to figure out how to do that. So that's all I really have to say. Again, as I said, this was not my idea. I'm simply saying, let's do it. And I'll happily take any questions.
Great. So thank you for that testimony from Clean Energy New Hampshire. Did you have something to say? Go ahead.
I am a co-sponsor though, so can I ask it anyway?
You have plenty of time, so go ahead.
Okay, thank you for taking my question. So the question is around, it sounds like from your description that this is to facilitate an administrative procedure that would allow the program to be more successful because they're having difficulty reaching people who might benefit or who we're trying to reach. So is that how you would describe what we're doing here? It's an administrative improvement.
Yeah,
if you
that's
will.
correct. I mean, the difficulty has been identifying low to moderate income eligible customers. And given that the utilities have a list of customers who are definitely qualified, so the list would come from the Electric Assistance Program, which are folks who are definitely below the 300% federal poverty rate line. In fact, most of them are below the actual poverty line, right? So this is definitely sending the credit to the population that is most in need of a little help. So it is. Is unlocking a program that already exists and helping it to get off the ground.
And I'll just follow up. I know Representative Somsich had the question earlier of the explanation of the solar piece, and you just mentioned the credits. So what's happening is it sounds like the governor's request in his State of the State that we be able to figure out a way to take solar advantages and make sure they're distributed to people who are in the low income register. That's what you're talking about.
That's exactly what I'm talking about. And in fact, it would result in the development of new projects. Essentially, if you were a solar developer, you would identify a project as being one that would be eligible for these types of off-takers. You would coordinate with the Department of Energy, who would then take your project and assign off-takers to it from this list of income eligible folks that again, the utilities have already assembled because they're the participants in the Electric Assistance Program. Yeah.
Okay,
you.
thanks.
Thank-
Next, Representative Lewicki has a question.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. I'm trying to understand the mechanics of this and where does the capital come from? Because somebody has to invest, and clearly the people who benefit are not in a position to invest, and how would they get their payback?
That's an excellent question. And so solar developers would have to find the capital to invest upfront in these projects. And the department would, I mean, essentially they would get paid back the same way that any solar development gets paid back, is that you'd have a host who either is paying the upfront cost themselves and then receiving the benefits, or you'd have some sort of third-party ownership arrangement in which, if, for instance, if the host is not eligible for tax credits, it is often the case that a third-party entity will own the project and arrange to sell the power through a power purchase agreement. And so that would depend on the host and depend on the situation, but essentially it would be developed the same way any solar project is developed. The question of how to mete out the bill credits to the off-takers, that is the question that would be delegated to the Department of Energy as opposed to being determined by the site host.
Representative Thomas has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for your testimony. In deference to the fact that you've mentioned that this is Eversource's idea, would it be possible perhaps if Eversource could come up here and maybe explain their program, because the questions seem to be being asked of you of how that program works?
It's not up to me. I mean, I don't know if Donna is prepared to speak to the program, because it does. If you're interested, I can forward along the program design, which has been filed at the Public Utilities Commission. I have it here in front of me, but I don't know if Donna has studied up on the program, so she may not. I may actually be better positioned to answer them in this instance.
I see. Okay. Well, that's my question was,
Since
you mentioned it was their idea so often, I thought that they might have come up here and just spoken just for a minute or two on the overall synopsis of it. But if they're not, if the right person is not here for it, that's fine. I just made the suggestion.
Representative Harrington is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. I'm a little confused at how this works. So first of all, I'm going to start with hopefully the easy question. The 6 megawatts, I asked Senator Waters, is there any significance to that? Or?
6 megawatts in aggregate. So that would not be an individual project that would be allowed to be 6 megawatts in size, but that's essentially a cap on the program. And that's taken from Eversource's proposal before the PUC.
Okay, well, that's where it comes from. Okay,
right.
Follow up. So I'm a low income electric user, and it says I'm going to be mailed something that says if I don't do anything because it's opt out, I will be given credits. Where are these credits coming from?
The credits essentially are generated in the exact same way that any group net metered project generates bill credits, right? So we have an existing mechanism through which you divvy out the production of a facility to off takers. And if you'd like, you can grab the form off the PUC's website. It's pretty simple. It essentially says, here's the account, here's the percentage of the production that is going to be credited to that account. And in the proposal before the PUC, the idea was to divide those credits up in such a way that each customer would receive about $240 worth of bill credit per year, so that you'd maximize the number of people who could benefit from an individual project. But there is going to be a certain amount of figuring out how much credit should an individual customer get, because they're not involved in paying for the project themselves, which is often the case in community solar projects. You sort of pay into them. In this instance, the bill credit would be determined by the Department of Energy.
Okay, follow up on that, because I'm trying to follow the money.
Sure.
So I understand what you just said, but who is actually paying? The credits come from somebody. Somebody has to open their wallet out and say, this is $240. Okay, here's my share. Who is paying that, and how is it collected?
So in this instance, it would, again, the project would likely be developed by a third party. They would perhaps have an on-site load that they're offsetting. And that third party developer would have to look at the amount of reimbursement that they're getting from the sale of the energy and determine if that's a reasonable return on their capital, if they want to develop it or not. So it's essentially like any other community solar project. You know, you'd have to find a source of capital, you'd have to find a site, and then but the only difference is here the off takers are outsourced to this EAP list.
So they would be then receiving the up till was it, 100 kilowatts, they'd get the full rate, and then above that it would be just the energy portion, the default service rate.
Right.
So
That's
okay.
exactly right. It would work. I mean, it changes nothing about the net metering statute.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Representative Callie Pitts.
My concern on this one, and I am a co-sponsor, my concern was the privacy of knowing who is not a low-income user and who has that information and to whom it's going to be given. I would imagine that I know this program is for single home owners. It's not for apartments, not for housing authorities, which would be very interesting. Is that information going to be divulged from, say, housing authorities or other entities?
Yeah, so I actually think it could flow to any electric account that is already receiving benefits through the electric assistance program. So it may be to apartment dwellers or folks in the housing authorities. I would not know because the list of who's on the EAP is not public, and I would imagine that it wouldn't be terribly difficult for the utilities to share enough information with the Department of Energy for the DOE to determine who the off-takers or how many off-takers they're going to be and what the bill credit should be without having to share any private information. For instance, they could come up with, it's similar to how testing happens in the schools. You could come up with sort of an identifier that's not associated with the accounts in any other way, and how much, what's the electric bill, the typical load associated with this identifying number, and but the bill intends to. The question of did we do what we intend to is always a fair one, but the bill intends to leave that mechanism up to the Department of Energy and the utilities to determine how to do it in a way that protects everyone's privacy.
Representative Partial.
Thank you, Chair Vos. Just so I can get my mind wrapped around already who may already be qualified for this program, if I am not receiving any energy bill support from the utility currently, could I still apply to benefit from this program if I were income eligible?
So certainly it is the case that anyone who's income eligible is already eligible to receive the low to moderate income adder from a net metered project. The problem has been assembling enough of those customers into a block to do a community solar project that actually is, financeable. Which is the problem the bill aims to solve. That said, folks, my understanding is that folks typically learn about the electric assistance program mostly through the community action programs. And so there are income eligible customers out there who are not going to be on this list. And there are folks who we would want to either direct to sign up, which I think that's what the community action programs are doing all the time, is trying to get everyone who's income eligible onto the electric assistance program. But also, if we are successful in getting the low to moderate income solar program up and running, we may find that solar developers are able to through more traditional means start to identify income qualified customers who could serve as off-takers for projects, and maybe could do some sort of hybrid arrangement between a program that's finding its customers through a project that's finding its customers through this program, as well as those more traditional means.
Mm-hmm. And I would assume that would include word of mouth as well.
I think that's how most folks learn. Yeah.
Okay. Representative Harrington has one last question.
Really quick, in your handout you said, but to date no projects taking advantage of this adder have been completed, and I think you stated there was one. So one is correct.
Yeah, that is that was a mistake in the testimony.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, seeing no further questions for Mr. Sam Evans-Brown, we thank you, Mr. Evans-Brown, for being here. And I would ask Representative Lewicki to give us the blue sheet recommendations.
Okay, on the blue sheet, we have 49 in support, 0 opposed, 0 neutral, and that's it.
Thank you very much. With that, we'll close the public hearing on Senate Bill 270, and we will recess this session until 1 o'clock. So everyone enjoy your lunch. Of you here assembled, we will be starting the public hearing on SB 395 in about 5 minutes. We're waiting for the bill's sponsor, Senator Khan. He's on his way, so we'll be starting this public hearing very soon. For those watching at home, we're still waiting for Senator Khan, who will introduce Senate Bill 395. He should be here momentarily. Okay, now we can proceed. I will open a public hearing on Senate Bill 395, which is an act relative to the Broadband Matching Grant Initiative. And I will introduce the bill's primary sponsor, Senator Jay Kahn. Welcome, Senator, to SDNE.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Be a couple minutes late.
Please turn on your mic, please.
Thank you. Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the House Energy Committee, Science and yeah, Science and Technology. I'm getting there. I'll get to my notes. So, folks, the thing that motivates this legislation, motivated the Senate to support this legislation, is the fact that you can drive about anywhere in New Hampshire and find dead spots where you drop calls. Cellular service is as it may touch many communities in the state, but many of those served communities have spotty service. It's inconsistent, and we've been at this for a long time trying to solve this issue. And so this exists in Cheshire County. This exists in the North Country. I've got an email yesterday from somebody from Bow indicating that it's in there as well. I was driving down to Boston one day, past Derry, and I told Senator that I had my call dropped as I was driving through Derry. So it's we have these spots throughout New Hampshire. So we need to address it. We need to find some way to do it, whether the opportunity comes from federal money or it comes from state funds somewhere down the road, or it comes through partnerships that providers and the state can enter into. This is an important thing to do. So this is enabling legislation. It's not requiring an allocation at this time, but it's important to make some progress here. So that's what 395 attempts to do, is provide us with the opportunity to establish a fund. This says within the broadband fund, which we established through HB2 in this last biennium. There will be an amendment, and I hope to work with you, Mr. Chairman, to bring that amendment forward that will define this process more thoroughly. And it's been a really good opportunity to work with the providers, the wireless carriers in the state of New Hampshire, to talk about this initiative in more detail. And where this is leading is that rather than establishing multiple purposes or technology developments through the broadband fund, is to establish a wireless services deployment initiative. So that is what the fund would be labeled, to dedicate dollars towards a wireless deployment initiative. The need for this is clear. When I was visiting with a town in my district, the police chief in that smaller town, 1,700 people, indicated that they could receive 911 calls, but when they made the effort to contact the person in distress, they were unable to make that call. So there are safety reasons. We've lived through a pandemic, and we know that there are workplace, healthcare, and education reasons that we need a more robust wireless technology deployment in the state. And this is an opportunity, whether it comes through federal dollars that are available to us or state dollars that are available because the state's got surplus dollars. Just establishing the fund will give us that mechanism and the vehicle through which this a more robust distribution can occur. If you're familiar with the broadband fund, the Business and Economic Affairs is taking the leadership on this. That was what was delegated through HB2. And they are aware of this initiative and waiting to see how the legislature deals with it. But I think that the infrastructure that the state has set up through their broadband fund would also be the infrastructure that could be depended upon to carry out this initiative as well. Be glad to answer any questions of the committee.
Thank you, Senator. Before I take questions from the other members of the committee, I would like to apologize to the other members of the committee for not having some amendment language to present to them today. I thought maybe we would, but it doesn't look like the draft was completed in time for us to present it to the committee today. I have worked with Senator Khan and some members of the industry to develop this draft, and I will send it to other members of the committee as soon as it is complete, which I expect will be by the end of day today. And then we'll be able to inspect it. Essentially what it does, it sets up a wireless matching grant initiative, very similar to one that already exists for broadband, which is hardwired. This is simply a wireless grant initiative. And with that, I will now encourage members of the committee to ask the senator questions and recognize Representative Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Senator, for taking my question. This question might be better directed towards maybe one of the providers, but my question, just for clarification, by setting up this grant fund, and since the word grant is a grant to me usually means a one-time payment from the government. So if we were to set up additional cell service using the grant, would it be the responsibility of the providers to hope that the customer base that they get from this will pay for their expenses from here on in, or would they be picking up an area where it might be a losing proposition once the grant money runs out? Not quite sure how that works, but that's the only concern I have on that. Have the providers come to you to tell you how they would work that?
We have had that conversation, Representative Thomas, and it's a very good question, and I think you should pursue that with the providers. My feeling on this is that there is a mixture of where there are some areas that are unserved because there is not much revenue to be derived to pay back that investment. There are other areas, like in dairy, where if that needs to be deployed in a more robust manner, the customer base is clearly much deeper. But I think it's envisioned that the grant dollars would provide the infrastructure investment.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Harrington has a question.
And thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question, Senator. Actually, a couple. It says in line 3 here, a municipality that is located in an area that is determined to lack adequate cell phone service. So is I correct in assuming that if you have a municipality and any portion of that is lacking cell phone service, that the municipality would be eligible for the grants?
Yes, that's the way that, and so in the amendment that you're going to see, it's both for unserved areas and areas that have inconsistent service. If you think about, one of the towns I represent, it would be Nelson, New Hampshire. Nelson has, you can get cell service in some spots of Nelson. In about 2/3 of Nelson, you can't get cell phone service. So it's, it needs to recognize both unserved and areas that are served inconsistently.
Okay, follow up, Mr. Chairman?
Follow up.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm trying to get straight, because let's just say, for example, the town I live in is Stratford. We have the same situation. Some areas get very good coverage, some have zero coverage. So if I can go to whatever town and wander around with a cell phone and find some one location that doesn't get service, does that mean that the whole town is now eligible for the grant money? What's the criteria for doing that? Is it simply a single location only, or?
It's envisioned, and again, the providers, I think, understand their technology best. You know, you put up a tower, you put up some type of wireless receiver, it's not, it likely will have overlapping with something that it currently provides some service. Yeah, I recognize the issue that you're stating. A lot of this needs to get sorted out through the rulemaking process. And in the rulemaking process, the BEA will need to identify what will be the criteria for award. So I think the part of that criteria would be the extent to which it's providing service to areas that are currently not served. Is that sufficient, Representative?
Further questions for Senator Khan, Representative Callie Pitts?
Senator Khan, thank you for taking my questions. If my mind is not all shot, I seem to remember that we provided legislation whereby municipalities could bond for broadband years ago. And that one of the problems was that the money, it was just much too expensive and not enough customers to do the infrastructure for the companies to make it worth their while. So this grant, please, if I'm understanding it right, would pay for that infrastructure. What then, who would own that infrastructure? Who would be responsible for maintenance of that infrastructure? And would the town or the municipality or a group of municipalities who get together be able to control the rates on that particular line?
Thank you, Representative. Because this is an important clarification, I think. The ownership would be with the providers. The maintenance would be with the providers. I think this operates a little bit differently because this service is not to a point of delivery. A wired service, you know, is going to a point to be served, to that residence, to that business. It is to the door, back to a central hub, right? So the town, it makes sense for a town to be participating in that. And actually, I'm seeing my neighbor from Marlborough, Representative Parshall, and his town has recently elected to bond, and that's a small community. So we've had good success with that broadband fund because it is wired to a user, and I think the companies have figured out a long-term return on that investment. This is different because it's not bounded by town territories and it's not wired directly to a specific user. And so it's likely to be providers that are seeking these grants, and the town's control will be through the permitting process. Any kind of tower, any kind of structure that needs to be deployed as part of expanding the service area is going to be controlled by a town, and the town's participation in this is going to be through its permitting process.
Follow up?
Please. I just want to try to get my head around this. I have AT&T and one of their cheapest plans because I'm a cheap person. That is a wireless service, but it is directed at me, and I pick up my own bill. I pay my own bill for that. So that indeed is directed at a customer, is it not? Are we talking about the same thing? So that service would have to be directed toward a customer, am I correct?
Yes.
Customer would have to elect to take that service and then be billed and pay for whatever capacity or whatever they want on that service. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes. And hopefully in the amendment that you see, it'll begin to indicate what some of the award criteria need to be in the rulemaking process, so that the extent to which a state grant is covering the costs and the extent to which a provider can make that investment.
So to give you a sense of what the amendment will say, it says that there is hereby established within the Department of Business and Economic Affairs a wireless grant initiative, the purpose of which shall be to provide grants to wireless providers in order to improve wireless connectivity within communities and across the state. And it says that eligible projects shall provide wireless infrastructure in areas that lack mobile wireless coverage. And eligible projects shall be evaluated as part of a competitive process. Selected projects shall meet the needs of consumers with the lowest possible cost and the highest possible functionality. That gives you a flavor of what the amended language will say. It's much more specific than the bill we're reading here this afternoon. Representative Lewicki has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Senator. You mentioned dropped calls. My impression is that people aren't supposed to be on their cell phones while they're driving, and that's at least what the sign I saw when I got on the state highway said. So would this not encourage people in areas where are rural to actually be doing more of what we've outlawed?
It says you're not supposed to be handling your cell phone, and I just, as somebody who uses hand-free devices in my vehicle, I cover a lot of miles coming to and from Concord. I think it's pretty difficult for me to complete a phone call, and it's totally hands-free. I can say I'd like to contact Representative Lewicki. No, I don't have your phone number, but you understand.
Okay, thank you, Senator. My phone is in the car, and if it rings when I'm in the car, I don't answer it.
Representative McGee is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Senator Carn, for taking my question. We had a bill earlier this session on relieving the telecom carriers of last resort in certain areas, and part of the testimony that we had was that cell receptivity was pretty much ubiquitous now, so that people had coverage all over New Hampshire, and you're testifying here today that that's still not quite the case. So it sounds to me like it's a good bill and it's a good idea to do. So the question would be, is the intent then to ensure that there is sufficient funding to try and fill those gaps that still exist for people to have basically universal service in the state?
Yes, it is. That, we're going to achieve that someday through broadband. But it doesn't deal with the mobile device. And while some people might use it from a car, other people are going to use it from their workplace. And we know through, I chair the Telehealth Services Commission of the state, we know that so many, what has helped the behavioral uh, mental health services in the state is the ability for people to make their appointments, not leave the workplace, and not have to travel. And wireless connectivity is essential for that. It's the same way with students trying to access from any place after school program and be able to access their assignments. So I think, yeah, that this need for universal coverage that you've referenced is going to be met not just by land-based connectivity, wire-to-wire service, but through wireless services as well.
And I would just follow
up.
My understanding is for a lot of people, not of my generation, is that they don't have landlines, right? They only have the cell, which is another reason why that ubiquity is going to be more necessary for competition in terms of the state's even business basis, because a lot of people are not reachable by a landline anymore, and they're not connecting their homes in that way unless it's for their computers. So it would seem like the platform of the cell or the cellular receptivity, it needs to be addressed maybe even more urgently because of the way people use the technology today.
I think your perception's right on. If you, I know a realtor has taken me aside and said, I lost a customer this weekend because they pulled out their cell phone and tried to make a call and couldn't from this location. So, yeah, that ubiquitous, that sense of that people come to New Hampshire and expect, and we are losing people because the lack thereof.
So, Senator Khan, I have a question for you. It's been reported that New Hampshire will receive something in the neighborhood of 150, 122, or 150 million dollars in federal funds to expand broadband infrastructure. If this wireless initiative grant fund is established, could it apply for grants, some of those federal grants, or some of that federal grant money? Could it be used for this initiative?
I don't know. That clearly is would be an important bit of information to be certain of, and maybe providers can answer that more thoroughly. It requires a certain performance level, and meaning bandwidth. I don't know that wireless services can meet all of those requirements, but those rules are in the process of being written and aren't available right now to answer definitively your question.
Okay, thank you. Representative Partial.
Yes, thank you. And good afternoon, Senator Khan. My concern, I guess you'd say, is that hearing the discussion about how young people tend to use broadband services, wireless services, which tend to be broadband. They tend to be watching their movies, and they tend to be doing a lot of things that require a lot of, and then with this broadband money coming into the state, I see the real concern personally is that we need to be able to ensure 911 coverage throughout the state. And I'm not married to that being a 5G service or what they sometimes call a wireless broadband service. My big concern is just making sure that no matter where you are in the state, you can access emergency services. Is there any type of guarantee that you're aware of that would put this as a priority for this bill going forward?
I think the rules will need to define the priority of service. I believe FirstNet, AT&T Wireless is in the room, and you might want to ask more specifically that question.
I will do it then. Thank you so much.
Yep.
Thank you.
Representative Murner has a question.
Yes, just to follow up on what Chairman Spo said. I'm in Coas County, and they applied for a study. We gave them some study money for the funds to. You can't hardwire Coas County. It's huge. It's top third of the state, and putting these towers up with the 5G that we're talking about, the solution. So I'm hoping that this $140 million that Chairman's talking about is available to these real rural areas, because I could never see it being wired up there. I don't even think the 140 million would cover it. So I hope that gets included in that when that money comes forth.
Yes, I think the balance between unserved and inconsistently served is going to be one of those tension points that's going to need to be worked out through that RFP.
Right.
And the value of how do you value different proposals.
Thank you, Senator.
Representative Pimentel has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Senator Khan. My concern is basically, I guess it gets down to the rulemaking and who's going to make them. Two towns where you brought up, Derry and Nelson. In Derry, you've got a fairly large population and more towers could be added there and be profitable without grant money. Whereas in Nelson, there's a place that would definitely need grant money to make it work. So how do you separate, keep these easy projects that are going to be profitable anyway from taking the money off the top, pretty much?
I think you're zeroing in on an issue that we ought to. It shouldn't stand in the way of what this initiative is trying to do, but it does need to be a part of the prioritization in awards. You know, I understand that providers and their participation in an overall project, it differs between where the potential for earnings and the potential for serving unserved
Right.
need to be valued differently.
Okay. Thank you.
Representative Callie Pitts.
Being an old timer and also having a landline, which I don't think I'd ever give up. I'm reading the bill and it says a municipality is determined to lack adequate self-service. Now, I'm thinking of something that we did quite a few years ago with UNH getting a grant to do the last mile, and what it turned out to be was just upping speeds, because adequate service has a very defined definition. It can be people who have service that don't have enough speed. It can be defined many ways. You are on a commission. Would your commission that's on the Broadband Commission for the governor, would you see or be looking into that to see what the parameters are and be involved in the rulemaking for this particular process?
I'm not sure how the Department of Business Economic Affairs would carry out its rulemaking. I don't know that there's a broadband commission in the state. I don't think that there is. The commission that I chair is on telehealth services, which is very concerned with the ability for people to have cell service so that those appointments that the people have with physicians or mental health providers can occur without problem, in the same way that the safety concern, I understand the, where your concern is. there.
Okay, Senator
I'm-
Khan, thank you. If we
I was
have,
just going to add that I was very involved with Carol Miller on that.
And that was a middle mile service. I mean, there were only two communities. Two communities had Enfield and Ringe, I believe, were the two communities that had last mile service allocated to that. Otherwise, that was, I mean, that infrastructure will serve us well with broadband deployment.
thank you, Senator Khan. We have to move on. I know the committee may have further questions, but we need to hear from representatives from AT&T. So I'd like to call Owen Smith to testify on this bill. And committee members, he will have answers to a lot of your additional questions, I'm sure. So, Mr. Smith. Please turn the microphone back on.
I said, I hope that's the case. I think I was able to, sitting back there, answer most of them, but happy to do that. So, Chair Vose, Vice Chair Thomas, and members of the committee, I appreciate the opportunity to be here to comment in support of this concept of creating a wireless deployment grant fund. My name is Owen Smith. I'm with AT&T. I'm the state president for the Northern New England, Maine, New Hampshire, and Vermont. And I'd first like to bring attention to a letter that I think CTIA has submitted. I don't know if you have it yet. I think it was done maybe later this morning, earlier this morning. But I just wanted to highlight a couple of things. This is from the Cellular Telephone Industry Association, which is for the wireless providers. They write in support of creation of a wireless deployment grant initiative and its respective fund, which is yet to be determined. The importance of wireless is also highlighted in 2020 during COVID. Wireless data traffic had another record year, and since 2016, data has increased by 207%. According to the National Center for Health Statistics, in the last 6 months of 2020, 65.8% of adults and 75.5% of children lived in households with wireless-only voice services. Here in New Hampshire, it's about half of the population is with a just a wireless household, no landline connection whatsoever. So anyway, the CTIA applauds the committee's effort for the creation of a wireless deployment grant in that respective fund. So I just wanted to highlight that if I could. So so we appreciate the intent of Senator Khan and have worked with him on the amendment that he has referenced along with others. And that would be the industry has worked along with myself from AT&T. And I think it's important that we take the bill that Senator Khan has introduced and make it sort of more defined, a more robust opportunity in creating a separate fund for wireless, and with some guidance that the BEA would, through a rulemaking process, be putting together. Some key elements should include a separate fund for wireless for various reasons, establish a competitive RFP process for the wireless providers, establish a challenge process where questions and answers can be had after the process, and ensure proprietary information is protected. We're a very competitive industry, and that information we would like to see protective. And then a process that would promote a wireless connectivity statewide. And so the last couple of years, we've realized how reliant we've become on broadband and wireless communications with COVID. The wireless networks were performed very well, as did the broadband networks, the wired, the wireline. The wireless had an increase of 25 to 30%, literally overnight when COVID hit back in, I think it was March of 2019. And so that's, I think, important to state. So it's important that we put an initiative together and address the areas in New Hampshire using federal funding that would lack adequate mobile wireless service. So there are federal dollars that have come to the state. There are more coming. A lot of the funds are open to interpretation on whether or not they can be used, what they can be used for, whether it's wireless or not. There are some specific speeds, and in some cases, wireless cannot meet those. There seems to be a out for public safety that doesn't tie to specific speeds. And of course, 5G coming will be able to meet some of those speeds, unlike 4G LTE can today. So just looking at New Hampshire and specifically now with AT&T, over the last 3 years, we've invested $120 million in this state on our network. And a lot of that had to do with FirstNet, which is a public safety network that we have a contract with the federal government over a 25-year period. We're going to be investing $40 billion. And we've done a lot in New Hampshire and across the country with that funding. Here in New Hampshire since 2018, we've turned on well over 50 cell sites. And those benefit both the AT&T commercial customers and public safety with FirstNet. When a site is built and when all is said and done and it's up and running, both AT&T's customers and first responders will benefit. So we've put coverage in towns, lots of towns, but towns like Jeffrey and Antrim, Stoddard, Stewartstown, West Chesterfield, Bath, and 50 more. Some of those really were areas that needed improved coverage, that had some coverage. But that list that I just read really didn't have any coverage. And I'm happy to say that I can now drive from Keene to Concord and not drop a call. I couldn't say that 18 months ago. So with all that said, there are still towns, Nelson was mentioned, that would still like to have and need better cell coverage. One of the points that was asked, or questions that was asked here, people shouldn't be making calls in their cars. The majority of calls that are made on a cell phone are made inside of a building. The majority of 911 calls that are made are done on a cell phone. So this isn't about teenagers driving around, texting, which they shouldn't be doing, but some do, and we know that that's an issue. But this is a much bigger piece in that, again, more than 22%, or excuse me, more than 50% of New Hampshire residents use wireless only for their connectivity. So all of that investment that we've done, the $120 million over the last 3 years, and more will be coming, but we still have a ways to go. And Nelson was mentioned. Dairy, we've got a couple of sites in Dairy. It's going to be specific by carrier. I don't think we have an issue in Dairy, New Hampshire, with a network. But there are towns that we do. And but there's areas, and maybe Nelson is one of them, where the return on investment is not there. And AT&T is going to put a very low priority on that versus trying to get more capacity in Manchester or Boston. And with FirstNet, we didn't have a return on investment to worry about. We've got sites out there that we've spent $2 million on that we will never get a return on investment. But we also got some federal money on that, and we committed to build out the network, and the return on investment didn't matter. So we're in a situation now where a lot of these hard to find places, will FirstNet cover those at some point? Some of them, perhaps. We're just starting to talk about the next round of funding. But many of those places, providers are just not going to go to because there is no return on investment. So I think that does it for me, but thank you again for taking up this important point, and we would certainly encourage you to pass a bill that would support something like this.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Yep.
Representative Parshall has a question.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for coming and taking my question.
You bet.
My concern is a place like Nelson where you may not get that return on an investment. And I know you have a responsibility to your shareholders, but at the same time, there's a good for the state. It's good for the community to have this 9911 connectivity. It's a public safety issue, I figure. And my concern would be because you're focusing on broadband with, at least I'm reading this letter, and it has a very strong focus on providing broadband service, wireless service throughout the state. My concern is a place like Nelson will continue to be underserved, and or places like that are really not financially feasible for a company that does need to turn a profit to serve. And I see this bill as a means, the intent of the bill is a means to get around that, to make sure we get adequate coverage throughout the state. Do you believe this bill can be tweaked in such a way so we can ensure coverage in these less profitable areas?
Absolutely, and I think that's why this bill is so important. Again, first net aside, AT&T has to prioritize. Our budgets start on a national level, and then they come into New England and then New Hampshire, based on subscribers and that kind of thing. But we've got to prioritize where we want to go and spend that money. And although we would love to have continuous coverage throughout everywhere in New Hampshire, we don't. I don't think no provider does. The terrain is tough. So, a situation like Nelson, basically the grant would pay for all of the capital costs of a cell site. And an average cell site, depending on the provider, for AT&T, it's about $400,000 to $450,000. So that's all this grant would do, is provide the capital cost to do that. Once it's up and running, return on investment is still important. We have leases. Typically, AT&T or Verizon wouldn't own that cell site. We would get a third party to build that. We may take it through the permitting process, but hand it over, sell it to a third party, and then they would be responsible for, they would be the landlord, we would become a customer. Verizon, US Cellular, T-Mobile could also jump on that site. So there are ongoing expenses, operating expenses, but you blend that site into the 400 other sites that we have in New Hampshire, and you look at it as a total. So,
follow up.
I'm not sure if it's actually a follow-up or maybe it's on contingent. AT&T may come in as a bidder for a place like Nelson, which is dear to me because I have lost cell coverage in Nelson when I really desperately needed it. I think everybody knows the story here. But if I'm on a Sprint network or Verizon or any other network, that does not necessarily mean I can still have adequate cell phone coverage in Nelson because I'm on the wrong network. I mean, that is correct, right?
that's correct. I have a caveat regarding 911.
I'd love to hear it.
So if there is anybody's network there and you were dialing 911, it would go to whatever network that was there. So if Verizon was in, Nelson, and you were an AT&T customer and dialed 911, it would be picked up through.
That's reassuring. Thank you. Thank you.
Yep.
Representative Callie Pitts has a question.
Yeah, my question is on this bill, and I think something that Representative Vos read from a possible amendment confused me. Who actually would apply for this bill? Would it be the town or would it be the provider? And is that money, or was it the state, and then the state goes to the town and goes to the, I mean, it's just very convoluted to me. And then the last lines of the bill, 8 and 9, I go back to the adequate cell phone service, which could mean many towns, not just the ones that have gaps. So depending on who gets the money, somebody picks the town or the place. So I'd like to know that. Who actually applies for the grant from the federal government and or the state government?
So that would be the provider. In
The provider.
In Senator Khan's Bill 395, that's one of the areas that is in the process, I guess, of being amended. That's sort of how the broadband networks work, the wireline. I think Consolidated has gone into, partnership with municipalities. That really can't happen with wireless. You need to own spectrum, which the wireless providers do, in order to put up a network, a wireless network that will work with the other providers. So it's very much driven by the provider, not the municipality. So the provider would own all of the equipment and be responsible for the upkeep of all of that equipment.
May I follow up?
Follow up.
Ownership is something I understand, but it's an application for the grant itself. And then if the provider applies for the grant, who would pick out which areas are going to be served? And it may not be those who are not served at all. It may be those who are underserved. So who actually makes the federal application?
So it would be the provider that would work, and again, these rules all need to be worked out through BEA. So I don't know exactly how it would work, but that's obviously first and foremost. But my understanding is that the provider would apply for those grants, and it would be in a particular area. Listen, we know our network. We know where there's holes, right? And we would certainly work with a community, which we do through the permitting process. So we would, let's say, go to a BEA and say, we would like to apply for a grant for Nelson. We then have to go to Nelson, and Nelson sort of needs to want it. And we need to work through the permitting process that is already in place with the town of Nelson, where we show them, our great coverage around across Route 9. I think Nelson's on Route 9, right? Yeah. And but that we have a gap in coverage in the village of Nelson, maybe not out on the highway. So we have our propagation maps. We have the propagation of the site that we would be proposing in Nelson, and we would be looking for a permit from the town, which we would then take back to BEA and say, here you go. And that's, I believe, when we would get the funding.
Okay, before we move on, I'm going to open the public hearing on Senate Bill 424 FN and recess that public hearing until we're done with this one. All right, further questions? Representative Berejny.
Thank you for taking my question. It's a two-part question. The first one is FirstNet intended to cover all of New Hampshire? Do you know? And then the second one is where AT&T offers service because of FirstNet, is that only calls or does that include broadband as well?
So great question. The mandate that we have with FirstNet, the FirstNet Authority, which is under NTIA, is a mandate to build out a robust network for first responders. That first responder, it's a separate network from the AT&T core network. We currently are running two networks in New Hampshire, actually more than that with our fiber, but from a wireless standpoint, we have the AT&T network and we have the FirstNet core network. There are shared services and shared spectrum between those two, but they are two separate networks. This is a broadband network with voice capabilities. So it is absolutely both on every single cell site that both commercial customers and first responders can take advantage of. I don't think we have a mandate to cover 100% of the state. We already cover well over 95% of the population, and we'll continue to get it to 100% of the population. I can't sit here and tell you, because this is all line of sight, that we will ever get through this technology of macro towers around the state where we or anybody else would cover 100% of the state of New Hampshire or any other state. If you're behind a big rock in Nelson, you may not be getting coverage. So it'll be darn close.
Representative Harrington has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. Just trying to clarify the bill a little bit here in my mind, because we keep talking, people keep talking about it'll be done in rules. I prefer that we put it in the bill if what we want is our intent. So, first question would be, it appears that a municipality can apply for a grant and then use that money to hire a communications provider, or the communications provider can apply for the grant with the concurrence of the governing body of the municipality. So there's two different methods for getting the grant.
The way the bill is written,
Yeah.
yes, but I think that's part of the amendment that will be coming out, that
Okay.
will remove
Clarify
the
that.
municipality, yes.
And this follow up, and then the second part is I'm still a little confused on it. Meets federal standards for speed, latency, reliability, and consistency. Is there a defined thing somewhere in the federal code of federal regulations or something that tells me what that is?
There is not.
So the bill, that has to be amended in the bill because it's a standard that anybody or nobody could meet because you don't know what it is.
Well, that's federal guidance, and there is no definition of wireless broadband. I don't think they point to speeds or latency or capacity or anything like that. And I think one of the reasons is that if you've got a cell site in Nelson, sounds like we're going to have to get a cell site in Nelson, but you have a cell site in Nelson. If you've got an event going on, a town, fair or whatever, and there's hundreds of people in Nelson, there may be some capacity issues, not for first responders because of FirstNet, but there could be some capacity issues. There could be some coverage issues compared to where there may only be the normal, what's the population of Nelson? 250 people? I don't know. So it varies so much on the traffic and usage and number of people that it's tough to pin down a definition for a wireless broadband.
But as far as what we have here, adequate cell phone service, it's not defined in the bill, and what you're telling me, it's not defined anyplace else either.
Right.
All right, thank you.
All right, it will be defined in the amendment to read as follows. It will read, selected projects shall meet the needs of customers with the lowest possible cost and the highest possible functionality, which admittedly is not terribly precise, but that's what the amendment calls for. All right. I think we will have time for one more question, and that's it. So Representative Parshall, you can ask it.
Thank you so much for your indulgence, Chair. Do I understand that now we're looking at a situation like Nelson again, our favorite town here, and would you consider it economically feasible to install a 4G LTE system in that town if it serves the needs without being as robust as a 5G? Could you see something like an event like that occurring?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
The statement that Chair Vogt said we're going to highest functionality, or what was the word? And so that would imply that maybe we're looking at a 5G situation for a town like Nelson. Could you see any company coming in saying we're going to wire Nelson for a 4G LTE system, or is that a thing of the past?
That opens up a whole different discussion, but AT&T has 5G here in New Hampshire, and it's not the small cell version. It's the big cell, it's the macro cell. So when we come in today and put on a new tower, it has to be contiguous with where our 5G service is today. But we will build a 4G LTE network, and most likely it will have 5G already. So we're not going to go into Nelson and say, this doesn't warrant 5G. We're just going to do 4G. And, we're shutting off our 3G, as most everybody else is, to make room for the next iteration. So that it really doesn't come into play. The network is the network. Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you very much. I think we have exhausted our time for this public hearing. We're over by almost 10 minutes. We did start 15 minutes late, so I've been a little bit liberal in adhering to our schedule, but I think we're going to call it a public hearing for now, so I'm going to close the public hearing on HB 395. Blue sheet information, please, from Representative McWilliams.
Senate Bill 395, 7 in support, 1 opposed, 0 neutral. Open till midnight tonight.
Thank you, Representative McWilliams. So now, let's resume the public hearing that I opened a few minutes ago on House Bill or Senate Bill 424 relative to renewable energy and natural gas. And I don't believe that Senator Bradley is here today to introduce this bill, even though he's the prime sponsor, but I think we have a substitute. Oh, Senator Bradley is here. We're very fortunate. Senator Bradley, welcome. It's nice to have you back in ST&E. It's good to see you, sir. Thank you very much. It's all yours, Senator.
Okey doke. Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. Pleased to be here. For the record, Jeb Bradley from Wolfboro and the sponsor of Senate Bill 424, which passed the Senate unanimously maybe a month ago. And obviously here we are. So what this seeks to do is allow a utility to recover costs if a utility procures renewable natural gas. And I think that given our energy situation where we're trying to get more and more renewable sources of power, this is a very good, although very small, step in the direction of allowing the possibility of renewable natural gas, which would otherwise be emitted into the environment, to be captured, purified, so it meets the same standards as conventional natural gas, and then be utilized as a replacement for other natural gas in the existing pipeline infrastructure for natural gas in the state. So what can renewable natural gas come from? It could be animal waste, it could be food waste, it could be renewable gas from landfills, it could be low-grade wood and other sources. It is intended to be a substitute for natural gas, and it will have, I think, a number of positive benefits, both in terms of jobs, but also, as I said, renewable energy, and also, and I think this is pretty important from an environmental point of view, capturing methane emissions, methane being one of the principal gases and one of the most damaging of those in terms of global warming. So let me, where's my copy of the bill? Try to walk you through the provisions of the bill. Yeah, here we go, sorry. So in the legislative findings, it talks about, you know, the merits of it, obviously, which I discussed. So I want to call out what's on line 16. This is something that's not mandatory for the Public Utilities Commission to approve recovery of prudently incurred costs. The word may, which is very important for the commission to be able to determine the public interest, may approve recovery of those costs. Then it creates a new chapter with definitions for biogas, gasification, carbon offsets, et cetera, et cetera. I'll skip ahead to what are known as the incremental costs on line 9 of the bill. It talks about avoidance of conventional gas purchase or development, such as avoided pipeline costs or carbon emission reduction costs through the avoidance of capacity costs. So these are sort of the price points and how the Public Utilities Commission, it would be intended that they would judge the public interest, the standard for approving whether a utility can go forward with this type of scenario. Jumping down to line 30 on page 2, again, it says very clearly the commission may approve upon a filing of a petition by a gas utility recovery of costs, including the use of an associated cost recovery mechanism, but only if it's in the public interest. And again, the public interest has to take into effect things like the environmental impact, the energy reliability, the cost to consumers. All of those things have to be adjudicated by the Public Utilities Commission. Important to note on the top of page 3, how it outlines the monetary benefits of the proposal to utility customers, as well as the environmental attributes and carbon offsets, all of which constitute what the Public Utilities Commission would look at in terms of determining the public interest. Starting on line 4, this was something that was added in the Senate process, that the proposal advances the objectives of state energy policy, including consumer choice and improving the gas system resiliency and diversification. All things that we should, at least in my opinion, favor. Also added in the process on line 8 and 9 and 10 is a competitive bidding process that has to be through consultation with the Department of Energy in terms of RFPs. And then lastly, there is a 5% cap on a utility's total gas volume. So as I started out in the beginning, this is meant to be a pilot program, but an ongoing pilot program. I think you will hear from the utilities, as the Senate heard from the utilities, that this is not only an emerging technology, but a viable technology and something that should be workable. So happy to, Mr. Chair, answer any of your questions.
Thank you, Senator. Questions for the Senator, Representative Somsich.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Senator. Do you see this bill as a viable option to replacing the need for extra natural gas to be imported into the state? And would it be competitive enough financially to compete with that?
Well, first of all, Representative, thank you for your sponsorship of the bill. I appreciate that very much. You know, I think those are questions that get answered through the process. I mean, at a 5% cap, we get an opportunity to determine what the supply is, what the cost is, what the infrastructure is needed to, you know, be able to produce this, and then, you know, assess it based on its carbon offsets, especially if the bill uses methane. So I don't know that we can answer those questions today, but I do think that this is definitely technology worth exploring. The time is now to do it, and I think it could lead in those directions if there's adequate supply and the cost is reasonable. The only way we'll find out is taking this step.
That's okay. Representative McGee has a question.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not a co-sponsor.
What does that mean? You can ask me questions and co-sponsors can't?
Well, we usually limit, yeah. Anyhow, that's up to the chair. My question is around, you mentioned as you started your testimony that it's just a small amount of gas necessarily. And I think the concern that I had in reading through the bill is that we are setting it up so that there's a ratepayer reimbursement to gas companies for procuring their gas from these sites. And yet there doesn't seem to be anything written in here in terms of any types of specificity around offsets or the expectation that we're calling it renewable, but do we have any idea if these sites are already emitting methane, how much we're going to actually be sequestering or capturing or using, and whether it's actually going to be that benefit that we're saying it is.
Well, again, and I have to, give a shout out to my friend from Portsmouth, who's not a co-sponsor of the bill, but you're not going to be able to ask me a question about the Red Sox getting shellacked 2 out of 3 times. That's what this card is about. By the Yankees, Representative Pitts' favorite team. So to get back to your question, I think, again, is the question for Representative Sosmich. That's what, a pilot program at 5%, I think, helps answer those questions, especially in terms of, the methane that could come from animal waste or from landfills. That is an ongoing situation, but if it can be utilized in a cost-effective and environmentally acceptable way, I think that is helpful.
I agree. But I think my concern or my question is there's nothing specific in the bill about the level of accountability that's required or the level of emissions reductions that would be required to make it of benefit. And I think what you're saying is we're going to go in by defining the fact that the ratepayers will be helping with whatever infrastructure is required in order to create a site that would function, but we're not requiring at the same time or trying to define what kind of benefit we will be getting from the site or in order to make those investments.
I would partially agree with you and partially disagree with you. There's no specificity in terms of the amount of offsets, but at the same time, the fact that offsets are referred to and that there has to be a public interest determination, which means net benefits of cost, environmental, reliability, all those things that the Public Utilities Commission takes into account. I think that you can make a pretty clear argument if you are just arguing on an environmental ground when a utility makes a filing before the Public Utilities Commission or environmental groups which intervene at the commission that in order to meet the public interest standard, there has to be that level of offsets without the bill taking a hard and fast position that might undermine the opportunity to go forward with this. Because again, sometimes we don't know what we don't know, and that's why it's small to start with.
Okay, Representative Murner is recognized for a question.
Yeah, thank you, Senator Bradley. About a year and a half ago, a company, I think they're out of France, was looking at a low-grade wood gas plant in the North Country. It's been an ongoing discussion with Business and Economic Affairs. Now they're using 2 sites. They're looking at one in Vermont over the border. But to my point, is any of this, would this benefit that project that kind of fell through up there right now that's on hold?
It could. I mean, obviously, biomass is cited from the bill. The technology is emerging, as I understand it.
Correct.
So it could be helpful.
Okay, thank you.
It would have to depend on, proximity to pipelines and things like that to make it economical, but it's certainly a possibility.
Okay, further questions for the senator? Could you hold it for someone else? We have 6 other people who would like to testify on this bill. So Senator Bradley, I know you're very busy. We really thank you for being here to introduce the bill. We'll let you go so you can get on to other things. And we'll see you again tomorrow to talk about Senate Bill 271.
Maybe the Red Sox will win tonight and the Yankees will lose, and then we'll be tied.
Let's hope so. All right, next I'd like to hear from the Department of Energy and Griffin Robarge.
Thank you, Chairman Vos, members of the committee. For the record, Griffin Roberge, New Hampshire Department of Energy. Department is neutral on Senate Bill 424. Just by way of background, the department did work with Senator Bradley and interested stakeholders in the Senate on an amendment that addressed all of the department's technical concerns with the bill's language. So we don't have any, at this time, we don't have any technical concerns with the bill. So really with that, that'll conclude my testimony, and I'll certainly answer any questions anybody might have.
Could you speak briefly about the fiscal note? Did you and the rest of the department have anything to do with the construction of the fiscal note?
Yes, we did construct the fiscal note. I believe committee members should have the fiscal note as amended by the Senate. So it was amended 3/7/22. Obviously, as Senator Bradley alluded to, the bill authorizes the recovery of costs related to utilities procurement of natural gas upon approval by the PUC. There is language in the bill, specifically on page 3 of the bill, lines 8 and lines 14, requires the department to review all of the requests for proposals for renewable natural gas supply. And on line 14, again, because it's kind of a pilot program, the Department of Energy, in consultation with the gas utilities, will study each utility's renewable natural gas contracts. I apologize. I'm looking specifically on page 3 of the bill, line 14. I'm sorry. Page 3, line 14. So, the Department of Energy is required to study each utility's renewable natural gas contracts if they do obviously enter into those contracts. The study shall begin 3 years of the effective date. The study includes various factors such as market terms, price, conditions, economic benefits, et cetera, et cetera. The department shall generate that report, deliver its findings to the Speaker, Senate President, House Clerk, Senate Clerk, PUC. And the cost of the study would be funded by special assessment on the utility and utilities purchasing this RNG. The department estimates that the study will cost roughly $25,000 to complete due to the need for outside consultants and analysts. Again, that cost would be covered by special assessment on the natural gas utilities that elect to procure RNG. Aside from that, and I'm referencing the fiscal note here now, I'm sorry. Aside from the recovery of the cost of the study, the department does not expect any impact on state, county, or local revenue. That might change due to whether or not a state, county, or unit of local government is a customer of a gas utility and elects to purchase RNG. But that's essentially it. Certainly willing to answer any questions.
Thank you. Questions for Representative Harrington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think you're taking my question. I guess my first question would be, was anyone from the PUC, do you know if they were involved in this bill at all, and if they have an opinion on it one way or the other?
I can't speak to that. I don't know. Okay. Off the top of my head, no.
Follow up? It appears what's being done here is that the PUC will have some adjudicative process and will decide yes or no and allow the utility to go out and procure this renewable natural gas. Then in the future, the Department of Energy is going to be reviewing that and making some determination of whether it's working. So, and that goes back to the PUC. But basically, they already said they thought it was a good idea. So this is like a post-review that they'll be doing and advising the PUC on it?
Thank you for the question, Representative. I guess I wouldn't say it's necessarily, the report as outlined on page 14 would go to the PUC, but obviously because this is a new concept, I believe the intent here, and I certainly don't want to speak for the sponsor, but I'm going to, is maybe to inform policymakers such as yourselves as to how this program is working, and everything like that, to the extent that gas utilities do want to petition the PUC for recovery of these costs.
It's the first time that I'm aware of that we're having one department review another department's work and say what you did was either good or bad. Or
Yeah, I mean,
it's
I don't,
kind of unique. That's why.
yeah, and I don't think I don't think the report is necessarily saying this is a good thing or a bad thing. I think it's just more of an inclusive study looking at various factors related to this type of pilot program. And obviously that report would be generated and delivered to legislators, the governor, PUC to review and things like that.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Additional questions? Representative McGee has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Roberge, for taking my question. In looking at the language that you referred to that starts on 14 and then goes on, let's see, sentence that starts on 16 says the study shall include but not be limited to market term, price, conditions, availability, service quality, economic benefits, and it goes on.
Yep.
The thing that I'm concerned about is that up until this point, renewables referred to non-emitting sources that we could use to procure energy, and they were in a separate category. And now we're using the word renewable for natural gas to elicit them to elicit that source from it's a new source, but just like a fracked well, I mean, it's a limited amount of gas that can be secured and procured and sold.
Yes.
So it's not dissimilar. It's just a different source. And so my question is, this list does not include, again, anything about the environment, which is the kind of point of having the renewable source that puts it in a different category. So I'm concerned that we're using this terminology to talk about gas that continues to emit without listing what I would think would be a primary point that we would want to be assessing, which is whether or not there is an environmental benefit to securing the gas in this way. That's really my question is, there's nothing in here saying that you're going to be looking over how well anybody that's going to be procuring this gas for their own benefit, with ratepayers paying for the infrastructure, whether or not there's an environmental aspect here that is going to be looked at by the department or Department of Environmental Services or anyone. The fact that it's not listed, I think, seems like a real oversight with a project like this.
Sure. And thank you very much for the question, Representative. Again, much of what the department did in the Senate was just address technical concerns with the bill. We weren't necessarily in a position of advocating, specific directions of the bill or anything like that, just to make sure that if this bill were to move forward, that it operated appropriately. I think if, to the extent policymakers want to have a specific study looking at environmental impacts, obviously that's a call for this committee to make. And obviously if that's something that you wanted to ask more about, I'd encourage you to reach out to the bill's sponsors or the
follow-up,
interested
Mr. Chair?
stakeholders.
Yes, follow up.
I think sort of what I'm getting at is that we're taking a terminology and we're applying it here to this new type of project, right? Renewable. Renewables are in a category because of a benefit that they provide. And I'm not sure that this type of a project, it's like a slippery slope. We're taking a terminology and applying it here, which may in turn provide other benefits going down into the future. To this form of sequestration of gas. So that's what I'm trying to figure out is, where does the term come from? Is it because these landfill sites are constantly emitting methane that we're calling them renewable because it's an ongoing source?
Sure, and thank you again for the question. Again, that's not necessarily something I guess I'm in a position to comment on. The department didn't, provide technical feedback to the bill. We didn't write the bill, so again, probably a question to maybe direct to interested stakeholders or the prime sponsor.
Okay, thank
Sorry
you.
about that.
That's
you.
okay.
Representative Bernardi is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Roberge. What renewable gas capacity do you see coming from this venture in New Hampshire?
Well, thank you for the question, Representative Bernardi. I know there is an ongoing docket at the PUC that is suspended for the time being. I believe in that docket, forgive me, I'm doing this from memory, is that a gas utility petitioned the PUC because they wanted to work with a company called Rude ARPA, I think, which is a resource recovery company that was going to capture a lot of the methane that's released from a landfill in the North Country. I believe that's Bethlehem. Yeah.
I went to answer. Sorry.
Representative Murner, do you have an answer?
Yes, one of my bills. Actually, I think it was 577 or a few years ago. We attached the gas on the bottom of that bill, and it was specific to Bethlehem.
Yes.
That company. So it was on a bill that was main topic was actually Berlin.
Okay, Representative Bernardi, continue with your question.
I'm sorry. And so I believe that docket's ongoing. So I believe there is certainly interest from companies out there to capture some of this methane or other means that's outlined, I think, in page 2, lines 22 to 27. To the extent that if you're asking me to guess how much there may or may not be out there, I couldn't necessarily answer, but there is kind of a cap in the bill with a 5% cap as outlined on page 3, line 11. So, just kind of a narrowly tailored pilot, I guess you could say, in a way.
Let's move on now. We have other folks who need to testify on this bill.
Thank you.
Appreciate that from the Department of Energy. And I'd like to call now on Kat Bork from Unitil, a gas company. She ought to have some answers for us. Please turn on the mic.
Is it on now? I didn't know Griffin shut me off. For the record, my name is Kat Burke, and I'm the Director of Government Affairs at Unitil. Unitil is here today in support of this piece of legislation, and I do think most of the highlights of the bill have been well covered by Senator Bradley, but if you would like to indulge me in more than the 1 minute I wrote on my testimony card, I'm happy to walk through sort of how Unitil sees this process unfolding. I know it can be a little bit confusing, especially given the significant changes that we saw in the Senate. So essentially, what would happen is a utility would have, or a gas utility, so Liberty or Unitil, would have an interest in going out and procuring renewable natural gas and partaking in a contract for renewable natural gas. When we do that, we would have to issue, under the amended version of the Senate, various RFPs in consultation with the Department of Energy. So that would be strictly in consultation, and that would be exactly what we would do even if this wasn't in the bill, right? We would, of course, go to the department. We would work closely with the individuals that we worked with during this stakeholder process, Tom Franz, David Shulock, et cetera, to discuss what these contracts are looking like, their price, duration, which has a hard cap of 15 years in this bill, et cetera. After we worked on that with DOE, again, it wouldn't require approval from the department, but it would require, extensive conversation with them. We would then decide whether or not we wanted to move forward with a formal filing with the commission, which would then have to sort of walk through this multi-pronged public interest test that you see in the amended version of the Senate on the bottom of page 2 and on the top of page 3, subsections A and B. So it would be the burden of the utility to prove that the monetary benefits of the proposal to utility customers and the state are there, including the value of any environmental attributes or carbon offsets, which are both defined in this bill. We would also weigh whether or not the proposal in front of the commission advances the objectives of the state's 10-year energy strategy and the energy policy of the state under RSA 378. That would include enhancing consumer choice, improving gas system resiliency through diversification of supply, et cetera. So those would be all things that we would present to the commission when and if, after consultation with the department, we decided to move forward with this. After that, the public interest standard laid out here, the commission would walk through that and decide whether or not the utility meets those standards, right? Just like they do with any other balancing test or test put forth in statute. If and when any of the utilities were to take part in this, 3 years after the effective date of this bill, there would be a comprehensive study that the DOE would kick off in consultation with the utilities that, like Rep. McGee said, you would study all of these particular issues, economic benefits, whether or not the market has developed, what the price of RNG is compared to, say, conventional natural gas, et cetera, service quality, any sort of benefits to participating customers or non-participating customers. And to be clear, in order to change that 5% cap, we would need to come back to the legislature. So that study, I'm imagining, would probably recommend something like that. Either it makes sense to keep it at this, let's raise the cap, let's get rid of this, let's anything, right? And then we'd have to come forward with another piece of legislation. So the guardrails in place here are the consultation with DOE when we're putting out the RFPs, the public interest test that's at the commission, and then the study that will follow in 3 years or about thereafter. So Unitil feels as though, all the stakeholders who've worked on this bill have really worked hard to develop significant control mechanisms for ratepayers, while recognizing that RNG is, a developing technology that has a lot of environmental benefits, including but not limited to potentially being carbon neutral in that when you capture it and use it as a source, you're capturing and utilizing more methane than what would be emitted into the air if you were just letting it emit into the air, right? So we see a lot of benefits here, and we think that this is, the right pace and magnitude for a state like New Hampshire to move forward with this. Many other states are putting in RNG bills like this at 20 or 30% minimum. So 5% with a 15-year cap on contracts, a study, are all really good places to start here. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. That was an excellent overview of how the process would work. I notice in the bill that on page 2, line 17, there is a definition of renewable energy that includes biomass. And I'm wondering if biomass is renewable natural gas also renewable in that sense? And is there any difference between the two?
Yeah, I mean, I know we work closely with the RNG Coalition, who I don't believe is here today, but I do believe you got testimony from them submitted. But RNG is the term used by the industry. It's, renewable natural gas. I have no other, insight outside of that. But I do know that RNG can be derived from or has been derived from all of the sources outlined here. This is a sector neutral and source neutral bill, right? So, as Senator Bradley said, if we find here in the state that there's a lot of local resources from landfills or the biomass industry, from, woody byproduct, anything like that, animal waste, et cetera, that's certainly something we can use. I know we've seen companies like Hannaford in Maine looking to contract to use their produce that you or I may not buy at the store because it's bruised, old, etc., put that into a digester and be able to hopefully make something like RNG out of this. So it's quite literally something that would otherwise go to waste. But I would consider that renewable energy to mean renewable under that definition in the bill.
Representative McGee has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ms. Book, for taking my question. It's very informative. My question is around the chemical plant that will be needed at any landfill. I'm curious, since you're with Unitil, if you could discuss in other places where they've already had projects like this, what kind of a chemical plant would be required?
Yeah,
or
so
infrastructure, I guess.
Not very involved in that side of the process, of course. And under the bill, actually, we really couldn't be involved in that process. The Senate did amend the piece of legislation to insist that the utilities cannot be involved in the RNG infrastructure, so we can't rate base that, which makes a lot of sense, right?
Mm-hmm.
So these would be private organizations, private businesses who are building digesters, and utilizing, putting up capital, utilizing that process that I am only broadly familiar with, very high level.
Follow up.
Follow up.
So I guess the only other question I would have then is, are there additional pipes involved in order to get it where it needs to go? Do you have any idea of how that part works?
So under this particular version of the bill, I believe we would be able only to invest in infrastructure that would include dropping it in the pipe. Transporting it, we would not, but you can truck it. Depending on where that private company was located. If it was very close to a Liberty or Unitil pipe that you could drop it in, that would certainly be ideal, right? But part of the issue here in New Hampshire is we have a real interesting, I call it the chicken and the egg problem, right? We want to develop this RNG market. We want to see private businesses, contract for RNG with the utilities, but up until now, this wouldn't be possible unless this, bill moves forward, right? So we're hoping to see more development in the market once this happens, but that would be something that would be included in that study that I mentioned earlier as well.
Okay. Thank you.
Sure.
Okay, Representative Callie Pitts, you get the last question for Ms. Burke.
Okay. Thank you for taking the question. My question would be, where then would the ratepayers having to foot some of the bill come in? If it's not with the infrastructure, would it be in the payment agreements?
So,
Or
sorry.
that's it.
Thank you for the question, Representative. I think the issue that some individuals have raised with the cost to ratepayers is regarding the cost of RNG itself compared to conventional natural gas that Unitil or Liberty's delivering now. Historically speaking, RNG has been slightly more expensive than conventional natural gas. However, I think we can all agree that right now the cost of natural gas is very high. So this bill, if it were to move forward, would allow the utilities to utilize RNG as a drop-in replacement for natural gas, including at times like now, where the cost of natural gas is high. There could be a time when the market further develops in the future where RNG is at cost or less expensive than natural gas. And that, of course, would be a great benefit for the state, right? But that would be the time when it's incurred.
Follow up.
Follow-up quickly would be then you would, if you contracted with these companies, you would contract with them for a certain period of time, and you would take that gas no matter what it costs. Is that correct?
No. So, well, we would have to issue the RFPs. It would have to be less than 15 years for the contract unless the Department of Energy thinks it should be something other than that. And then again, remember, we would still have to go to the commission and prove that this RNG is in the public interest with the prongs in the test laid out here. And then the commission could say, yay or nay. So they could say, no, you can't move forward with this contract. It's pre-approval. So you can't contract for this RNG. No. So that process is pretty well laid out here. So the cost will not be incurred to ratepayers unless it's approved by the PUC at the cost that we present to them.
Okay, Ms. Bork, we appreciate that testimony.
Thank you.
We're going to move on. Still have quite a few people who want to testify, and unfortunately, because we're running short, I'm going to have to start limiting people to 2 minutes of testimony. So next we'll hear from Catherine Corkery of the New Hampshire Sierra Club. Welcome back. I'll give you 3 minutes. How's that?
Oh, that's plenty. I handed out some testimony in here. I think it's the last, this being the Science and Technology Committee, I wanted to make sure you got some good science. And this last report is from, it looks like this one. It's from the Air Resources Council of California. And it talks about emissions from landfills. And contrary to what we just heard, it's not what it seems. My name's Catherine Corkery. I'm from New Hampshire Sierra Club. I'm the chapter director. Sorry, I didn't do that first. If you go to, it's a really short report, but I wanted to highlight page 5 in that section, combining the two effects. Here, and this report talks about closed landfills and active landfills and the different types of the rate of emissions. And the thing is, in a landfill that has been capped, or even an active landfill, the emissions percolate and they emit all over the landfill, not just the one pipe that they have that they flare off, right? And it emits all over. And what they have found is that when they add all the equipment to help make this this methane gas usable to put into a pipeline, you have to really pump it up. And when that happens, you're pumping up the whole landfill, not just the methane that gets put into the pipe. And so what happens overall, you're actually emitting more escape gas, and that's at 3.8 to 7.8 times more greenhouse gases when you have this augmentation of a landfill. And I really, I want this to work, but it just doesn't work like that. I feel like that ad about putting things online on Facebook or something, like it doesn't work like that. The emissions, when you're pumping up the emissions to go out, you're not capturing all of it. And in fact, there's more escaped emissions overall. And so you're making matters worse for climate. So there's that report.
30 seconds.
Oh my goodness. I had three points. Point number 1, the emissions are not what they seem. Number 2 was about ratepayers. Ratepayers are paying for this. I'm really surprised that this is something that this kind of project would be paid by ratepayers, but something that would actually save ratepayers money, like New Hampshire Saves, was not supported by this committee.
And your third point?
And the third point, thank you for that, was about changing the moving the goalposts. There is, as we heard, a docket at the PUC that is active now. And in that docket, there was an issue, and the petitioner asked that the docket be suspended so that then they could come here and change the law, and they would go back to the PUC. Now, they also said that they would still move forward on their docket at the PUC if this bill fails. But I, as someone who was here for Northern Pass, I heard time and time again that we could not change anything about the site evaluation committee in regards to the Northern Pass because it was an active docket. And I'm just, I feel like this could change the precedents at the PUC, and I think that's dangerous. So
Okay.
please, please oppose this bill. Thank you.
Okay, good try. You were about 2 minutes over, but that's okay. So would it surprise you to learn that methane, which is reported in parts per billion in the atmosphere versus carbon dioxide, which is reported in parts per million, to put it in perspective, the amount of methane that's in the air, if it was computed as feet on the highway between New York City and Los Angeles would be 26 feet.
I would be surprised.
That is the case. All right. Further questions for Ms. Corkery? Representative Somsich.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Corkery. So, if in fact what you say is true, that this would create more greenhouse gas emissions from methane than would be recoverable or compared to flaring, do you see other ways of recovering that methane from landfills that would not do such great harm?
I think, thank you for the question, because there are really two issues at hand. One is a waste issue and one is an emissions issue. And what would be great is if we did not send this organic matter to landfills like what we have here. If there is because organic matter is really great for soil and making compost. And I don't know about you, but my backyard is nothing but sand, and having really good compost is really important. That would be a really great solution to finding a new place for this kind of organic matter. So.
Follow up.
Yeah, I understand that, but what I'm saying is we have these landfills now. They are there. Okay, so I don't disagree with you. We shouldn't be doing it this way, but these landfills are already there. No one's come up with an idea of how to dismantle them or convert them to something else. So do you see any way that we could possibly recover methane from these closed landfills, most of them, in an environmentally sound way, so that we don't do more harm than good?
Right. And I think there's this study. Unfortunately, it's at the tail end. I would flip that over and put the study at the beginning. We heard from two speakers here that this is new technology, that maybe there should be a thorough study first, and then look into this RFP process and maybe clear it up, because it wasn't clear to me that this was some sort of pilot program from this bill. But certainly what Lebanon is doing, the city of Lebanon has just, instead of piping out the gas or trucking out the gas, which is the proposal at the PUC, what they're doing in Lebanon is that they have a generator right there, and they're putting it into the wires, the electricity directly into the wires. That's certainly a lot more cost efficient for ratepayers.
Okay, that's a little bit off subject for the bill, but we appreciate that.
Sure.
We're going to move on because we still have a lot of people to testify, and I'm going to call next on Kelly Buchanan of Clean Energy New Hampshire, who supports the bill. And has written testimony for us. Thank you, Ms. Buchanan.
Of course. Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. I will be exceedingly brief, seeing as we are short on time. But for the record, my name is Kelly Buchanan. I'm the Director of Legislative and Regulatory Affairs at Clean Energy New Hampshire, and we are in support of Senate Bill 424 and its potential to capture sources of methane from existing waste streams. So in our view, locally produced energy is one of the most important tools to enable the diversified energy landscape that caters to our energy independence, a lower cost of energy, and local economic development. Senate Bill 420 time really. So while we believe that renewable natural gas isn't quite as sunny in terms of outlook and other distributed energy resources like solar, hydro, or wind, it is a potential near-term solution to reducing our reliance on natural gas, especially as we've seen some of the highest prices and increasing instability in that market. So I would be glad to take any questions that you may have for me today, but otherwise that concludes my testimony.
Thank you. I sincerely regret that Representative Plett wasn't here to hear you talk about the sunny outlook
Oh.
for renewable energy. Okay, questions for Ms. Buchanan? Representative Callie Pitts.
Question that wasn't answered the last time. Do you have any information on UNH's study, what the reduction or the spread of methane gas is, or anything like that? Just is it available, and do you have it?
I do not have it off the top of my head, but I would be happy to look into that for you.
Ms. Buchanan, thank you for being here.
Thank you.
I'll now call on John Tuthill, who would like to oppose the bill. And Mr. Tuthill, I'll give you 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. This is a bill I really would have liked to have supported, and I'm John Tuthill from Ackworth, New Hampshire, Sullivan County, former member of the ENA. And I was glad that the Senate had made the amendments they made. I think that improves the bill, but I don't think we're ready for this yet, particularly looking at Senate Bill 367 in conjunction with 424. That one is over at ENA right now. These two bills need to be looked at together. My main focus over the last decades has been on solid waste policy and landfills, but in the case of this bill, while landfills are important and an important component of development of RNG as a resource in the state for energy production, the ones that I think we really need to be careful about are some of these other emerging technologies, modern pyrolysis, gasification, chemical recycling. All of these have got the potential for generating a marketable product, syngas, for example, by other biogases. And there are contamination issues related to all of this production when you're using waste products as your feedstock. So I really think this bill needs to go to study. I think that DES needs to be more involved in this particular bill in 424. I'm very glad to see some consideration of the public interest, or what in DES's world is called public benefit. But I think that that consideration does need to include some thought about climate impacts, air pollution, water pollution potential, which have in the past, and including at Turnkey in Rochester, been associated with some of the gas collection.
30 seconds.
Thank you. Some of the gas collection systems. I'll leave it right there. I did submit a brief note to members of the committee just before I came down, but I do hope that you will consider sending this to study along with 367, work on them together, and bring in the environmental side of this question. Thank you.
Thank you. 367 is a landfill bill. Is that correct?
Well, not necessarily. No, it's more a technology bill, in my opinion. This bill could be considered more of a landfill bill. 367, they call it advanced recycling. I call it chemical recycling. It is actually mentioned, if you look in some of the definitions in the bill here. This is not just about landfills. This is about a number of different technologies.
Great, thank you. Any further questions for Mr. Tuthill? Representative Partial.
Thanks, Chair Vose. As you are admittedly somewhat knowledgeable in landfills, we are going to be looking down the line at the public good on this bill. Well, my concern is there's no baseline to know, I mean, if what our current situation is when it comes to methane production, methane off-gassing on our current landfills. So we're going to be comparing 2 years down the line, the potential increase or decrease, increase or decrease in methane production to numbers that we don't currently have. Are you concerned about not having a baseline established before we proceed with this technology?
Thank you for the question. That certainly would be one of the things I think could be looked at for studying, but realize that Waste Management's very large landfill, a regional landfill in Rochester, is already collecting considerable amounts of methane, and it is being used for energy at the UNH campus. So that's been going on for years. In Bethlehem, unfortunately, the company operating that landfill, owns that landfill, decided not to be capturing methane for energy production, but they have been flaring it. So the only area that really is emitting direct methane is the open face, the uncapped areas. So methane is a serious issue. I think, as the chairman has pointed out, however, landfills are only a piece of that problem. If you look at this globally and in terms of climate, you want to be thinking a lot more just about how do we start reducing greenhouse gases in our entire system through human activities. Landfills, or the waste sector, it has been estimated is roughly 7%, or some have found in studies that it's about 7% of our contribution to man-made greenhouse gases. But that's the entire waste system, transportation, disposal, processing. So it's significant.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Tuttle. We appreciate it. We have 3 more people who want to testify, but before we let them do that, I will open the public hearing on Senate Bill 429 FN, which is relative to the Site Evaluation Committee, and I will recess that public hearing until we finish this one. Is that all right with you, Representative Gaida? Thank you. Okay, so next person to testify will be Nick Krakoff of the Conservation Law Foundation. And I'm going to give you 2 minutes. How's that?
That's fine. Thank you.
Thank you.
Honorable committee members, my name is Nick Krakoff. I'm with the Conservation Law Foundation. So today we talked a lot about guardrails with SB 424. And frankly, there just aren't enough guardrails with this bill to ensure that it's in the public interest. That's why CLF is proposing a number of amendments. I provided written comments by email to the members of the committee, so you'll see those amendments outlined in more detail there, but I'm going to talk about them briefly right now. In general, RNG costs significantly more than traditional natural gas. Several people talked about this proposal before the PUC. There were several analyses done on that proposal. They found that RNG costs 3 times more than the traditional natural gas. So this is a burden to ratepayers. Maybe someday it'll be cheaper than traditional natural gas, but we're not there yet. So we need guardrails in place to make sure this isn't going to burden ratepayers too extensively. And so the bill doesn't have those guardrails in place. Looking at the discussion of sort of the greenhouse gas emissions benefits, that language doesn't provide enough protections in place to ensure that this bill is in the public interest. For example, the language there does not properly account for methane leakage from RNG. That language needs to be strengthened to ensure that it properly accounts for that leakage, as well as for the transportation emissions involved with transporting the gas from landfills to the distribution networks. Second, as was mentioned earlier, this gas is often sourced from landfills. Now, there's nothing in the bill to ensure that this doesn't contribute to building new landfills or expanding existing landfills.
30 seconds.
Yeah, so for those reasons, CLF is proposing a number of amendments. Those are outlined in further detail in the written comments, which I already provided. And I encourage you to look at those comments. They'll provide a little more detail on what we're thinking, but I usually to only pass this bill if those amendments that are in our written comments are adopted.
Very good. Thank you very much. Are there any questions from the committee about those amendments or anything else? They're in your email, your legislative email. I took a look at them myself, and I have no questions. Anybody else have questions? Seeing none, did you start to raise your hand, Representative Brezhny?
Thank you. My question is to something you said that RNG is 3 times as much as natural gas. If we're not doing this, how do we know that it's going to be 3 times as much as RNG? Thank you.
Well, I'm talking about the particular proposal that was before the PUC that was filed last year. There an analysis done by the OCA as well as from Department of Energy. They found that particular proposal would be 3 times more expensive per decatherm for ratepayers. And I'm not going to say that's going to be that expensive all the time, but for that particular proposal.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
And our last, our next to last, our penultimate testifier on this bill will be Jason Stock from the Timberland Owners Association.
Good afternoon. For the record, I'm Jason Stock. I'm the Executive Director of the New Hampshire Timberland Owners Association. And I did not plan on testifying today, but given the conversation and the debate, I've got 2 minutes. Gotcha. given the conversation was all about landfills, I wanted to point out biomass and biogas are very much a part of this bill. And one of the things that, it's an emerging, as you heard from a previous speaker, an emerging technology is looking at using whole tree tips, biomass, as a potential energy source and gasifying them. As you folks passed earlier this, or as the House passed, I should say, earlier this session, House Bill 1005, that is designed to look at emerging markets for low-grade wood, we see this bill as kind of almost a fit with that, because energy markets, this is a potential fit with that bill, because this could pave the way for some of those emerging markets that House Bill 1005 is going to be looking at and exploring to help address the low-grade wood crisis that the forest products industry is facing. And to Representative McGee's concerns about some of the renewable aspects of it, when we look at biomass gasification on page 1, line 27, that ties specifically to the definition when we talk about biomass that's used in the RPS. That was a definition that had been contemplated and looked at and vetted in the context of what is, quote, renewable biomass. And so that piece, from our point of view, is kind of checks that box. And that again ties back into page 2, line 24, where it talks about RNG. So that's kind of how this threads through and how this connects to wood chips, forest products. And I would argue, in conclusion, I would argue that when we look at public good, and you're going to hear more about this probably tomorrow, when we look at public good, and we look at biomass, we look at the big picture, look at our forest, look at the jobs that are in our forest products industry, and how this dovetails with the state's rural economies and the health of our forest and our ability to perform sustainable management. You've all heard it before. This is also a piece of it. We look at it as a potential emerging market, and I'd be happy to try and answer any questions.
2 minutes, 30 seconds. Pretty good.
Well, not good
Okay, any
enough.
questions for Representative Somsich has one?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Stock. Can you elaborate how you see the wood industry and the wood products becoming a part of this? Is that separate from the methane portion you're talking about?
Yeah, I mean, I would say that the nexus here is, let's say you have a sawmill that's producing mill waste out the back end of that mill, chipped slabs, bark, sawdust. There are emerging technologies now that can take that product, or looking at taking that product and gasifying it, and producing either a liquid fuel or what I would call RNG out of it. If let's say that sawmill or that facility is located in conjunction with an existing gas line, there you go. You can tap right into that gas line and provide it. And so that's how we view it. Is this creates some opportunities for our industry down the road.
Okay. Representative Callie Pitts.
Jason, thank you.
Sure.
When I heard you say tree tips, I think you said tree tips or treetops or whatever. We in this state, I believe, pretty soon are going to have a landfill crisis. Will we be filling up our landfill with tree tips and bottoms and things that people don't need right now? Is that contributory? I know they biodegrade, but they take a while to do that.
Yeah, they do. I mean, I'd hate to see that day when we take either chips from a sawmill or sawdust from a sawmill or tree tips, chipped wood, and just have to landfill it. Again, as an organization, we believe this is a renewable resource. There are opportunities to capture energy from it and even other products from it. House Bill 1005 looks at that. This also creates an opportunity to try to look at, all right, is RNG one of those pieces that can capture the value? It would be pretty sad to see that renewable resource being dumped into a landfill just because there's literally no other home for it.
And that's a good closing statement, so we appreciate your testimony,
Thank you.
Mr. Stock. And our last speaker on this bill is Mark Brown from the Consumer Energy Alliance, who supports the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Mark Brown. I'm Executive Director, New England for Consumer Energy Alliance. And on behalf of CEA, I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak today in support of Senate Bill 424. Senate Bill 424 is a forward-looking bill. It will help prepare New Hampshire and its gas utilities for what the future of the natural gas distribution system might look like. The bill is a prime example of how thoughtful legislation can balance competing public interests. The provisions in SB 424 will result in a cleaner natural gas system with lower emissions and ancillary benefits like cleaner wastewater streams. It will also help to ensure reliability of the gas system and preserve consumer choice by insulating New Hampshire consumers from actions taken by its neighboring states as well as the federal government that may limit access to natural gas. Additionally, the 5% cap and PUC DOE review study will protect consumers from any potential and excessive rate hikes. Renewable natural gas will play an important role in the energy transition, and we support it. I'd like to address the cost issue real quick. I think contracts for natural gas are probably in the $7 to $8 an MMBTU range right now for gas distribution utilities. And I know that in places like Vermont, you're getting contracts for RNG in the $11 to $12 an MMBTU range. So it's not that far off, especially when you start looking at what's going on with winter peaking gas. The January price for natural gas averaged $20 an MMBTU. I think February is about 14. You're looking at, the federal government holding back on leasing for oil and gas. You're looking at potential, methane fees. We've seen actions at FERC that are taking into, downstream greenhouse gas emissions that may increase the cost of and restrict the supply of natural gas. What's going on in New York with restricting natural gas pipelines certainly in fact affects New England. So this is kind of a bill that, a lot of people should be behind. It's good, it has environmental benefits, but it also will ensure and help protect against reliability of the system and preserve consumer choice. People will be able to use gas stoves. They won't be forced to convert to, to electric or something like that. So with that, I'll take any questions.
Thank you for that testimony. I have a question. You mentioned the price of gas today may be $7 or $8 per unit. RNG in Vermont might be $11, and in the middle of winter, it might be $20 a unit. Is it possible that you could manufacture this RNG and store it and then use it during the winter when the peak price of gas is high to bring that cost down?
Is it possible? I'm sure it's possible. I don't know if it's cost effective to do that or not. I think that would be the big question. And I just can't. You would have to know what's going to happen with the price of gas down the road. But we know that, in New England, we are more susceptible to volatile gas prices than literally anywhere else in the country. The price at Henry Hub might be $4 and it'll be 15 here. So, you're not comparing apples to oranges when you're looking at those two prices.
Additional questions for Mr. Brown? Seeing none, I guess we're done. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
And with that, we'll close the public hearing on Senate Bill 424-FN, and we will resume. Blue sheet. Representative McWilliams, could you read us the blue sheet on 424, please?
Senate Bill 424, 29 signed in support, 16 in opposition, 0 neutral. It's open till midnight.
Thank you very much. And now we will resume the public hearing that I opened 15 minutes ago on Senate Bill 429-FN relative to the Site Evaluation Committee And I would love to introduce the bill's prime sponsor, Senator Bob Gaida. Good
Thank you,
afternoon, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. For the record, Bob Gaida, State Senator, District 2, and prime sponsor of Senate Bill 429 FN. This bill is a product, one of several, out of a committee that met over the summer to discuss the Site Evaluation Committee. And in fact, that report, I think I provided in a prior bill. It's dated October 1 of 2021. It's final report of the committee to study necessary revisions to the Site Evaluation Committee. And if you don't have that report, I'm sure you could access it. And it's a very good primer for where we're going with this bill. This bill does a number of things, and that's, again, based out of the results of that study. First, it modifies the SEC to allow for agency designees. One of the problems they have in the existing language or the existing statute is that it requires the commissioners all to be in the same room at the same time, basically, which is virtually impossible to get done. So it greatly slows any progress that the SEC might get done. So it allows designees. It changes the quorum down to 5 members, and it incorporates training for members of the SEC on statutes and procedures and so forth. Requires a public notice, an adequate public notice of committee proceedings pursuant to 91A. So that there is adequate time given of notice, and then, of course, enabling our citizens as well as other stakeholders to participate by arranging their schedules timely. Updates fees to reflect changes previously applied by the Fiscal Committee. Clarifies that subsequent certificate holders are responsible for the associated costs of their applications, and authorizes the committee to impose a fine for preliminary determinations of violations of anything under 162H. Also provides for funding of all operating costs out of the SEC committee fund, and allows the chair of the committee to seek additional funding. The SEC funding, I think, as I discussed in the previous bill, is sporadic because applications aren't constant, and sometimes they'll go 2-3 years without, and sometimes they'll have 2 or 3 in 1 year. So that doesn't bode well for trying to maintain a stable and funded staff without tapping general fund revenues. So it takes a look at that. That pretty much sums up what the bill proposes. And I would note that Representative Vose, Representative Harrington also served on this committee this past summer, and are co-sponsors on this legislation. With that, I'll conclude my testimony. Take any questions.
Thank you, Senator Gaida. Excellent testimony. Question from Representative McGee.
Thank you, Mr. Acting Chairman, and thank you, Senator Gaida. I'm looking on page 2 and down in the bolded area that starts on line 19, and I wonder if you could speak to us about the various pricing structures that are being applied to the various types of energy and how they were arrived at.
I will leave that to subsequent testimony.
Okay.
Yep, thank you.
Were you any part of that conversation? Did this come out of the subcommittee, I guess?
No, this came out of the committee, but I think that those numbers were adjusted in an attempt to cover the sporadic nature of maintaining a staff to do the things that are required. That's my recollection, but.
Yes. Oh, I think it's.
Representative McGee, are you?
Yes, may I?
One last follow-up?
Yes, thank you. I think it is wholly appropriate for us to be doing that because they clearly don't have adequate funding. I think there's a distinction between calling out all of the different types and having them have widely different numbers. I guess that's what I was hoping you could speak to, is how that was arrived at, because they're not consistent with each other.
All right, so $60,000 base charge, I believe that's for the application. And then the $20,000 for monitoring and compliance. Remember, the Department of Energy is going to be most likely taking over monitoring and compliance.
Yes.
All right, so I think that would go towards that.
I'm sorry, it's my fault. On line 21 starts item number 1, and 1 through 5 lists various amounts for different types of energy. So I'm wondering why 1,200 per megawatt for a renewable energy generating facility versus 120 per megawatt for a natural gas or biomass fueled facility. That's a big jump. So I'm just curious.
Unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to assuage your curiosity.
Okay. Fair enough. I'll ask.
Okay. Additional questions, Representative Berezny.
Mine's not as much of a question. I just noticed that all of these amounts are increased by 20%. Is that what you were asking? Well, they're all up 20%, just across the board.
Thank you for that observation.
Mr. Chairman, if I might,
Representative Harrington.
I believe the original numbers on here, the 1,100, 150, and so forth, those were done at the beginning of the inception of the site evaluation committee with the approximate cost associated with processing, because obviously if you've got something that's 600 megawatts gas plant, the per megawatt cost is going to be different than a 4 megawatt wind generator. So, and then we just simply took that and increased them because of inflation. So that's basically the basis for it.
Representative McWilliams is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Senator, for bringing this bill. I guess I have a technical question in regards to whenever we put dollars, right? Whenever we put dollar amounts in a bill, we know we're going to be revisiting this in 5, 10, 15 years, and we're going to have to pass another bill to change the numbers. So would you be open to an amendment that does something related to a 3% increase so that we can try to track these numbers without coming back again to the well and doing a basically bookkeeping bill again at the House, Senate, and the governor's desk just to fix the numbers every couple of years? Do you have some thoughts on that?
I thank you for the question. I think it's a valid question, but I think given the volatility of energy and the changing structure of energy, and the changing structure of our government as in the state here, as we're attempting to address this, I'm not certain that a steady state increase would be appropriate. I would rather actually leave it here and require the review periodically of the legislature to maintain, frankly, to maintain oversight over the fee structure. An average citizen cannot go to the SEC and want the fees changed, but that's one of the problems that we have. Is there an exorbitant price for citizens on some of the testimony that you wanted to bring in some of the actions? So I would favor leaving it the way it is, rather than trying to incorporate, understandably, to the legislature's workload, a 3% a year or something of that nature. I think volatility right now is playing large, and I think we need to respect that.
Thank you.
Senator, did the SEC study committee find that these fees had not been changed since 2015?
I would probably say so. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions for Senator Gaida? Representative Callie Pitts.
Senator Gaida, if a group of individuals, which you mentioned, the fee is exorbitant, but my understanding is if there's a problem with an application and that a group of individuals can petition to have that application go to the SEC, what would be the fee that that group of individuals would have to pay? Would it be in there at $12,000?
No.
No, I don't think.
It would be, I think it's significantly less.
Yeah, but I didn't see it, and so it could be an oversight on my part.
I think if you look on page 3, I got to make sure I'm in the right area here. A petition for a declaratory ruling, up to 12.6 or 3,600 if heard by a 3-member subcommittee. And then if you go on to request for, I think that's, again, I'm not clear, to be honest with you, but the price was exorbitant for just an average citizen to come up and address the SEC. A group of citizens could do so, and you want to make sure that we don't just subject the process to what one might call nuisance complaints and what. So we set the threshold high enough that you have to have a serious complaint or a serious request or a serious idea to be able to garner the attention of calling the SEC or a 3-member subcommittee back together to address it. Just to avoid nuisance complaints, amongst other things.
May I follow up?
Yes, please follow up.
But we don't know how much that's going to be because most citizens wouldn't have, you know, I'm thinking of an average citizen, myself, for instance. If they're going to put a wind farm in the back of my house, do I have a right to go and say, wait a minute, there's a problem. There's an application. You've ruled on it, but I want the SEC. It's been approved, but it hadn't gone through the SEC. How much would it cost? Because not beside the cost, there would probably be attorneys, et cetera, involved. So is there anywhere in this process that we're redoing to make it easier for a group of citizens, concerned citizens, to bring their concerns or request the SEC to get involved in something that perhaps had a declaratory judgment?
Again, I think that the concern is that we would subject this, especially this process of citing an energy facility, which historically has been, let's say, less than cordial, to innumerable complaints that were there intended to delay, obfuscate, and so forth. So I don't think it's inappropriate to establish a threshold. You know, any citizen can testify on the citing prior to the decision, right? It's after the decision, and one has to make an assumption. Sometimes that does, you know what it does, but nonetheless, that the SEC is going to act in good faith and do what's best. To challenge it after that, again, I think that to prevent nuisance complaints, if one citizen has a problem, is it really a problem? If a community has a problem and you have 20 citizens, that's a problem. Okay, and so again, the point being to coalesce complaints rather than to keep having one after another on the basis of independent citizens. And the way you do that most effectively is to establish a threshold that's not exorbitant, but is nonetheless responsible to prevent the nuisance complaints.
Thank you, Senator. Any additional questions for the senator? Senator, I would remind the members of this committee that your committee, Senate ENR, has House Bill 624, which is under consideration. There has been a public hearing on that bill already. And that bill provides a way for the average citizen to file a complaint against an existing certificate at no cost to the citizen. Isn't that correct?
That is correct. Thank you.
I hope the Senate will move forward with that bill.
We will.
Representative Somsich.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Senator, for taking my question. And I'm sorry, I was just out a minute here. Maybe this question was already asked, but on page 2, lines 25 regarding application for electric generation facilities for compliance charges. Number 1 on line 25 says $1,200 per megawatt for a wind energy system. And then line 30 says $1,200 per megawatt for a renewable energy generation facility. The other items, number 2, 3, and 4.
I'm not certain I'm on the same page.
Oh, not? Oh, sorry.
Are you looking at 429 FN as amended by the
yeah,
Senate?
I'm sorry. I think I didn't. I had, but okay, it's similar. So on page 2, and that would be line 21, where it talks about $1,200 per megawatt for a wind energy system. And on line 26, it talks about $1,200 per megawatt for a renewable energy facility. Those two are renewable energy facilities, and the charge for them per megawatt is about 10 times higher than all the other ones. For natural gas, for oil, for nuclear. Why is that? Why is there such a big discrepancy in the charge for a wind energy and renewable facility compared to a natural gas, a coal, or a nuclear generation?
That's a very good question.
Is that an oversight somehow or typo? Because that's quite a leap there.
I don't have an answer for that. I'm not going to answer because I don't have an answer.
Okay.
Yeah. And perhaps one of the members of the committee can help.
Representative Cambrils?
Yes, I think if you read it, it says, it looks like it's 10 times, but
Yep.
it's not because it's 120 per megawatt versus, oh, I'm sorry.
Which
My-
Per
my mis-
megawatt, yeah.
My mistake. Yeah, it's, I think it was the same question that Representative McGee had, is why is such a discrepancy between the different type of facilities?
That goes back to the original Site Evaluation Committee legislation that was passed in 2014. So we'd have to consult with people who were involved with that to understand their reasoning for Representative McGee.
On that point, before we move off it, it looks like what's happened here. I agree with Representative Berejny that items 1 through 4 existed and the increase was 20%, right? So the numbers were changed for each of those. But number 1 related to wind energy systems, and I think it probably came into being with Northern Pass being considered and that sort of thing, wind projects that had gone in front of the SEC. But number 5 has been added so that renewable energy facilities have a 1,200 per megawatt, and I'm wondering how that was arrived at. Like, that's what I'm curious about, because some of the renewable energy facility projects are quite simple and straightforward and might not require such a high number. And that would be my question. I just want to know if the number came from the fact that those renewable energy facilities were going to be considered the same as the wind facility that created number 1. And if so, why that expensive? Just seems like it could be prohibitive.
I think it just drives to the point of covering the costs. Again, this is an application fee.
Mm-hmm.
So
It's just discouraging of cleaner energy. Right, a megawatt's a megawatt, so, yeah.
I don't think that was the intent of the original legislation, to discourage renewable energy. I think it had to do with the cost of evaluating an application for a renewable energy system.
Mhm.
But I'd have to go back and look at the 2014 legislation that established those fees initially to discover exactly why they were set at that level. Senator Bradley would know probably, but he's not here right now, so we can't ask him. Well, maybe
The
not.
state doesn't evaluate it, though.
All right,
Maybe
it wouldn't
not-
be a state
Maybe not
evaluation.
at citing, it might not be. Representative Berejny.
One theory could be that the renewable energy projects are maybe less megawatts on average than some of these bigger ones. And so in terms of how much they get as a fee would be a lot less for the renewable ones versus the nuclear.
That's likely the answer, yes. Good point. All right, further questions for Senator Gaida? Seeing none, I thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee.
Okay. I did have one more pink card. Oh, there he is, over in the corner, from Mark Sanborn from the Department of Environmental Services. I thought you'd left the building, but there you were.
Afternoon, all. Mark Sanborn, Assistant Commissioner, New Hampshire Department of Environmental Services, testifying in support of this bill. Myself and Bob Scott, along with other members of the executive branch, participated in this committee as well. We were here talking about another SEC bill last week, talking about phase 1 and phase 2. We actually, just by timing, you guys did the bill that's focused on phase 2 last week, and this is the one focused on phase 1, trying to make some of the improvements. So in the short term, we improved the functionality of the SEC. I too will not guess at the answer, but the actual perfect person to know the reason where those numbers originally came from is probably Bob Scott himself. I'll check in with Bob and we'll get back to you guys an answer on where those initial came from. I can say it did not have anything to do with discouraging. It is about the cost. And again, if you remember when we testified last week, unlike the other regulatory activities of the state of New Hampshire, this is done by an ad hoc committee with no staff overseeing some of the, looking into these complaints and issues versus other, wetlands. We have a whole agency. So it's just set up differently, which again goes back to the idea of some short-term fixes to the SEC, with the idea of a long-term fix being putting these in an actual department so they can get the standard regulatory response from the state, like the other regulatory issues. And I was going to address, but the chairman did as well, the cost for complaints. I think the practice of the SEC now is to also take any complaints or concerns from average citizens at no cost. The problem right now is there's no staff to follow up on the complaints. And even if we had one administrator, there's no funds in the fund right now to hire the necessary professional technicians you would need to do the testing, to evaluate the credibility of the complaints. So it's not so much that it costs the complainants funding, it's that right now there's no ability of anyone to follow up on those complaints. That's the real problem. Again, which this bill is trying to address in the short term while we figure out a longer term solution. So again, just like the other bill, very supportive of the SEC. Needs a lot of reform, and with the energy infrastructure being so important on some bills. I was obviously here this morning. It's of high value to those of us who help in the regulatory side of this to continue to find ways to improve the functionality of the SEC.
Perfect. Thank you. Questions, Representative Somsich?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Sanborn. In light of what you just said, and we all know this, that the SEC staffing and the way they funded themselves has created kind of a non-functional entity. That the fact that that is now going to be part of the Department of Energy, I believe, as its function, and I assume that you're going to provide enough staffing to have an efficient program for this. And in light of the fact that we heard all these projects and proposals this morning, which will impact that, I would think that you would need to review as well the funding and the fees needed to support that, because it's going to be a different animal in the future. It should be.
Yeah. So a couple points to that. Number one, I don't want to predetermine what will come out of the study. I've mentioned as an individual my thought that DOE, moving this to DOE makes sense, but we're going to have a whole committee and then bring that back to you. Those proposals would most likely come in HB2, where more full reform could come, including funding. And so it would be packaged in an ability to have the legislation be fully funded. And I have also spoken to, I won't out them, but myself and some of the other state representatives and interested parties. I think in the short term, what we would probably do is, if these bills, along with the chairman's and the two from Senator Guida, pass, our big focus would be to find an SEC administrator, and then probably go to fiscal committee asking for a one-time infusion of funds to be able to follow up on the existing complaints. I think is we want to see how the legislation passes, and I want to talk to the governor's office about that, obviously, before moving forward. But I would suggest that finding an SEC commissioner and having some amount of funds in there to immediately start following up on the backlog of complaints is in everyone's best interest. And then for the long term, if it was decided that the right way to move forward is in HB2, putting a proposal together about the energy infrastructure regulatory functions moving Department of Energy, obviously that would include the staffing of at DOE.
Any further questions for Representative Partial has a question.
Thank you so much. If I read this bill, and I do like this bill, I should add, I think there's a lot of cleaning up here that happens, but the one thing that I'm still stumbling on is this certificate for monitoring and the like. I'm seeing that in the case of like a wind system, line 21, we're talking about after you add up the cost from line 19 to 20, 21, and 26, I assume that applies as well. We're talking about $168,000 as opposed to $87,200 for a coal or oil fueled factory. I'm just really, I would love to get an answer on this.
Yeah, no, you have my commitment. I'm going to go back to Commissioner Scott, who was PUC commissioner at the time, and will know the history of where the reasoning behind the amounts. I do believe there was a formula involved based on how much it would cost to follow up on these, but and I know it wasn't based on a policy initiative to support one fuel versus another, one energy source versus another. But let me get you the right answer on how those values per megawatt were determined, where the figures came from, and the commissioner won't mind me committing on his behalf. We'll get that back to you, because I wasn't here for the original, and I want to make sure you get the right answer for someone who was here when this was developed.
Representative Pimentel has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Sanborn. On the same subject, you cannot ask Commissioner Scott about line 26 because that's a totally new line.
Yep.
So if you could maybe figure out.
Well, actually, I can, because we were part of the committee to draft this, and I also think at the time Diane Martin was still chair, so I can I'm going to go back and get some reasoning of where the original numbers came from and where that new line 5 came from as well.
Thank you.
The reasoning for that.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, remember to turn your microphone off if you're not speaking. Representative McGee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Sanborn, for taking my question.
Mm-hmm.
My question is around, you said, you gave a good explanation of what you're thinking is going to happen going forward with HB2 and changes in funding. Makes sense. And I like the idea that you're saying, you know, the SEC is kind of floating out here and it really doesn't have the resources to do what it's supposed to do because it's not a regular thing, which makes sense. All of that makes sense to me. The question I have is around how we will find somebody to head up the SEC, because it seems like that agency, maybe more than any other, is regulatory in nature in terms of being sort of the gatekeeper for siting of projects. And so I'm wondering if there has been any discussion around how you find that person that's the right person, because the bright red line, which we talk about a lot since the DOE came in, trying to figure out what is that line between executive agency functions and regulatory burden. If you could just say anything about whether there have been any conversations in DES on that piece, or in your work on this.
Yeah, sure. A couple of points on that. Number one, as I admitted last time, We've had a lot of challenges recruiting. We pursued a few folks who, at the end, thought there were better professional opportunities for them, for themselves. I will say this: the bright red line in for this position, actually, it's more about the PUC and the SEC commissioners not being able to discuss matters there, anything before them versus between them and the DOE, because the SEC is really attached to the PUC now. It's not, other than Department of Energy, I think, being now one of the members. There isn't so much the bright red line that needs to exist between the PUC and the new Department of Energy, because the functions are so separate. That part of it's not really concerning. What's concerning is, I think, to your broader point, it requires, a lawyer is the best candidate. A lawyer with energy background, it would be the most ideal candidate. At its salary, having one with a lot of experience is challenging, given private sector salaries right now for equivalent folks. And the other challenge is you're a staff of one. Yes, you have the other commissioners, and you do have some of the structure of the PUC to assist you, but you're a staff of one. So you do have to be, in hiring, you do have to find someone who you have a lot of confidence in their ability to juggle all these balls, with no staff assistance. So,
Follow up.
And the follow up would be, I guess, the concern I have, I'm just being frank, is independence, right? Because if a person is an island, if they're all by themselves as the head of a department and they're reliant on the department around them, then the influence in the decision making seems like it could become less independent than it might be if there were not that particular structure. So I guess I'm just concerned about the structure.
So all I can say is, as I said in my testimony last week, and I'll reiterate this week, again, this one I'm kind of speaking just as an individual involved in this. I too am very concerned about the structure, which is why I was so supportive of last week's bill creating a study to look at totally reforming it. I think, given the nature of these and my experience now in the offshore wind, these regulatory responsibilities need a state agency, not a ad hoc group of folks who this is a secondary responsibility with no staff, no support. Yep. So I too, the structure very much concerns me. I don't think it fits for 2002 and the importance of energy infrastructure, and why I'll lend my voice on hopefully ideas of reforming the SEC so that energy infrastructure can be permitted and regulated similar to the other regulatory functions of the state. So I too share your structure, but I also am very concerned that groups of citizens have been waiting 2 years now for responses to their concerns of existing projects that have already been deployed, and they haven't had any response. So within the structure we have, myself and Commissioner Scott, as the vice chair, will do everything we can to at least use what we have to try and address our fellow citizens' concerns out there.
Thank you. My concern wasn't structure. My concern was that the structure maintain independence of the decisions. That's I think the concern.
Again, I too, you are not the first person to point out that concern. Other members of this committee have that concern. Again, which goes back to, it still is kind of a structural question, though, because a better structure would improve independence, and some of the legislation you'll see is geared around a single individual not having so much autonomy to make decisions themselves. Again, which short term, we'll do the best we can with the structure we have and the dynamic we have, and long term, why improvements to the overall structure I think would be beneficial.
Thank you. I'd like to advise members of the committee that I just forwarded to all of you a link to an article that was written by Tom Getz in New Hampshire Business Review about what a reorganization of the Site Evaluation Committee might look like. And he suggested in that article, I urge you all to read it, that going forward, the Site Evaluation Committee might actually disappear altogether, and that it would be replaced by an Office of Energy Siting in the Department of Energy, and the adjudicative responsibility would be taken over by the PUC. So essentially, the PUC would become the Site Evaluation Committee, and with administrative support from the Department of Energy. That is very likely the course that the study committee, should it be signed into law, that it looks at the future of the SEC. That's very likely the direction it will take to move toward a structure such as that. That will be probably the first avenue that the study committee will explore. And if it looks like that will work, then that's probably what will be the recommendation for HB2 for next for 2023. Okay, any further questions? Did you have a question, Representative Callie Pitts?
I didn't have a question. I had a comment, and I think probably it doesn't belong here. Neither did the last discussion, wasn't part of the bill. I think that the fee structure that people were questioning was put in that the PUC, the SEC was supposed to be autonomous, and those fees were supposed to cover what it cost to investigate and study exactly what was going to happen with each project. And if you took at each project and you looked at, say, the nuclear project, that's 1,200 megawatts. So it's going to take more time, more looking into, more consultants. So I think that was part of the basis that the SEC should be autonomous, and that ratepayers should not bear that cost, but the industries that wanted to pursue these projects should bear them. And that was my understanding way back when.
Yeah, I think that's correct. And what I'm going to investigate is what determined the amounts for each type of activity, where how that was determined. And as you can tell from my testimony, I too share the suggestion of the article that the chairman mentioned is very much in line with what I would think would make a lot more sense in today's day, given just quite frankly the broken structure of the SEC.
Okay, Representative Callie Pitts, don't forget to turn your microphone off when you're
No,
not
I
speaking.
don't. I want to be heard because the PUC is funded by the ratepayers, and the SEC shouldn't be.
It isn't. It's funded
Yeah.
by the application fees.
Yeah, these activities would be.
Pardon?
No, I mean, there are parts of many parts of the permitting process that DES is funded through fees. The fish and game permitting functions are funded through fees. So the fees in the industry could, even under the structure the chairman mentioned, fees could still fund those activities, and the burden still wouldn't go to the ratepayer. So even the PUC functions, you could fund anything related to the adjudicative to be paid for from the fund that is supported by industry fees. So you could have all of the current activities put in better parts and better able parts of the state government and still all funded by industry applications and fees and not ratepayers.
Representative Loki, you had a question or a comment?
Thank you. Might there be a point to all of this where some of these activities cover an awful lot of real estate, if, for instance, Northern Pass would impact most of the state. And whereas if you put a combined cycle natural gas plant down Kerplunk, it's just, a few acres. And that would seem to be a significant variable that the site evaluation committee would have to cover.
I think everyone who's mentioned the reasoning are all, you put them together and it's all the answer was they figured out a formula of what the cost per megawatt was and associated the fee structure based on those. And what I'm going to do is confirm where those numbers came from. And then I'll also go back in our notes about why we came up with the number 1,200 for the new line 5.
Okay, anything further for Mr. Sanborn? We appreciate you being here, Assistant Commissioner of DES.
Thank you very much.
We have one more person who would like to speak to us before we leave this public hearing, and that's John Tuthill. So, Mr. Tuthill, please let us hear your comments.
John Tuthill, Ackworth, Sullivan County. There's a parking meter is going to run out in about 1.5 minutes, so that's what I'm going to try to take. This is perhaps non-germane, but we were speaking earlier about landfills. There's not a capacity crisis in New Hampshire for New Hampshire generated waste, and it's going to be a good decade, if not more. It has occurred to me that with projects on the scale of a recent proposal in the North Country on a 2,000-acre property, where the first phase of that, the first 3 phases, in fact, which are part of an incomplete permit application before DES, you'd be looking at revenues in excess of $1 billion. These are very, very large projects. And I think we've gotten to the point now where having something like the Site Evaluation Committee with multiple agencies participating, considering the siting of these projects, which are in essence utilities at this point. I mean, that's not how they're regulated. In fact, they really are not regulated from a business point of view. But I think we've gotten to where there's a near monopoly on waste disposal services in the state with two very, very large corporations, multi-billion-dollar corporations, one of them global. So that was just an idea I'd like to put out here. If we're going to be doing some long-term thinking about the role of the SEC, I would be very interested in including the siting of these major industrial facilities as something for the SEC to consider. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I hope you make your parking meter.
I'll send you the bill if I don't.
Okay. That exhausts the number of people who want to speak on this. So Representative McWilliams, can you give us the blue sheet?
And this is Senate Bill 429. We had 6 in support, 25 opposed, 0 neutral. It's open till midnight.
Okay, thank you. With that, I will close the public hearing on Senate Bill 429. And now we will have a discussion about tomorrow's executive session. I have identified 9 bills that we can exec tomorrow, and we will do so starting at the conclusion of the public hearing on the last bill tomorrow, which I believe is Senate Bill 271. So the 9 bills we will exec tomorrow will be Senate Bill 256, Senate Bill 440 FN, Senate Bill 259, Senate Bill 261-FN, Senate Bill 264, Senate Bill 268-FN, Senate Bill 269-FN, Senate Bill 270, and Senate Bill 424-FN. We will start that probably with a little bit of luck around 3:30, and we'll go as late as we have to get them all done, because I want all of those bills to be heard or on the House floor on April 21st. So when we exec them tomorrow, I'm going to ask that all majority and minority reports be ready to go by Wednesday at noon. Okay? Representative Pimentel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
will you consider like filling in? We have 4 hearings tomorrow.
A fifth bill got added, so there's
A fifth
5.
bill got added? Okay. And that's why it's going to 3? All right. I was just wondering if you would be filling in on the execs.
Well, what we will do, if a bill scheduled for 9 o'clock, for example, finishes at 9:45, we'll try to squeeze in an exec session on one bill before the next
Yep.
bill starts at 10
Okay,
o'clock.
thank you.
But I need the cooperation of all of you to make that happen. You got to reduce the number of questions you ask so that we can get through these public hearings more quickly, so that we can have time to do that. If we can do that, we can get through this at a reasonable hour. Otherwise, we might be here till 5, 6, 7, who knows, tomorrow night. Representative Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I'm glad you said that. I would make a suggestion in lieu of the heavy schedule we'll have tomorrow. Insofar as making your questions, make them succinct, please. And can we also put a note out to ask the speakers that please answer the question, not to bring about 5 minutes of discussion that might be peripheral to it?
Yes, we will make that entreaty to the people who come to testify tomorrow, that they keep their answers succinct as well. Representative Somsich?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I think you mentioned that tomorrow our last bill would be 271. Wouldn't it be 321?
Actually, now I think it's 448.
448, yeah,
448,
okay,
because
yeah.
that got
That's
added.
right, okay,
And you're right, 321 does come after 271.
Okay.
So,
thank you.
Representative Kalipis?
I just want to say that I'm going to, why I ask questions at the public hearing is because we know we're not going to have subcommittees or another chance or another opportunity to question. And that's why I think some of the questions are a little protracted, from my point of view.
Okay, that's fine. Does, one other thing that I should mention, Representative Plett, as we spoke about earlier today, is in Mexico. And Representative Nodder, who left early today, has to go to New York tomorrow for the funeral of her uncle. And so neither of them will be in attendance tomorrow. And the Republican office has supplied or is supplying substitutes for both of those members for the executive session. Are there any missing persons from the? Will there be any missing persons from on the Democratic side? Make sure you do that promptly, because there's supposed to be 24 hours notice, but okay. Anything else? Great day today. Good work, everybody. We got through them all. I think we're ready to go. See you tomorrow, 9 o'clock.
Yeah.